Good morning. Namaskar. Suraj Singh, Civil Engineer, International Professional Engineer India, Chartered Engineer India, Bharat. This is May 4th, 2020. One more day of critical attack by nature, COVID-19, and whole world in problem, and then our economy and management. Economy and management, and then Institution of Engineers, भारत इंडिया, भारत का अभियांत्रिक संस्थान जिसको चार्टर है, रॉयल चार्टर प्राप्त. I am fellow of this institution. COVID-19, विश्व शांति, यूनिवर्स शांति, सब जानते हैं, we know all. But there is no peace. There is forced peace. Lockdown is a peace, but this is not natural peace. This is natural attack. Attack by someone whom we don't know, but whom we have named COVID-19, COVID-19, Corona infectious disease 2019. We have given name to it through WHO, and we know its effects. Nobody knows till now what actually this is. World is silent on that. Just now I have gone through one news that there is some Indian and American scientists are contemplating whether prayers can be used for this issue of corona. Whether or not prayers can help. It's very good, brilliant question in fact. Because when human fails, when all scientists and all intellectuals are unable to reach certain conclusion regarding whatever problem exists, then there is only one door left. That door of your all fathers of this universe, mothers of this universe, who can help you, who have already helped you, but you are not considered as a help, you are considering as an enemy. COVID-19, nobody knows. You may call it virus or you may not call it virus. It doesn't make a difference. But I think always we should keep options open, alternatives open. An alternative is that after all we are human beings. When our problems are not solved, we visit God. Otherwise we don't visit God. This is also true. When we are in problems, we go to temple, we go to mosque, we go to somewhere to seek their blessings, to get rid of our problems. This is human weakness. Either go regularly or don't go. If you have problems only then you go, this means you are a selfish character, selfish person. This problem is of course scientifically based, or it is not scientifically based. That's another question, another consideration. The point is, we keep scientific work all together, but remember, no science can work without support of nature, without support of God. There is no power in this world who can claim that I can work without support of God. There is no power as such. They make consensus. Now what I consider, that okay, virus is one thing, scientists say, doctors say, that's fine, that's their profession, let them work. But being human being being non-medico, being human being only, I can think different way. I can different way in a sense that I can't directly say that, I can't claim that because I don't have any evidence. I don't have any evidence, but I explained before also indirectly that this is airborne. People laugh on that, some argue on that. Let them do whatever they want. But remember, nature is nature. You see, every day there is a change in weather. Sometimes you see, yesterday night lightning, yesterday evening drizzling, little rain. Then again, yesterday was the day before yesterday was 41 here, and I am living, and now it is 25, 26. Means weather is changing. 2 or 3 days is sun, then temperature rises, little rises further, and then suddenly you'll find sun is off, sunlight is off and cloudy weather comes in, lightning striking comes in, and then within half an hour, rain is also over, again there is sun. This means certain cycle is working there. Certain cycle, chemical filled air created cycle. Our air is filled with chemicals. We all know that. Chemicals means pollution. Actually, it should contain only oxygen, nitrogen, argon, mainly oxygen and nitrogen, which are major component, major ingredients of air. But it contains so many foreign materials, foreign gases, like methane, like carbon dioxide, and maybe many more. I'm not sure of that. This means there is some kind of spicy air for nature. This air is spicy now because it is having extra gases in that. This is a kind of spice as we cook our vegetables or some other dishes to taste. So actually virus is a creation of this and this environment in our aerosphere. There is a kind of generation within that kind of particles which we are calling virus. This is my contemplation. Example I can do like that. When there is no sewer line in certain places, what do? We for sure construct septic tanks or containment tanks, both. When we use septic tank method, how it works? Where we dispose our night excreta, our night soil, urine, and all waste into that tank. And of course there are some construction designs of that. Theory says that all heavy particles settle into that tank and liquid remains above, and this settlement continues, this sedimentary particle continues, and there is some chemical decomposition onto them, all particles. And in a period of time, this material is converted into sludge, greyish material, SLUDG, sludge it is called. How it happens, where that material goes which we dispose, where does that solid or semi-solid or liquid material containing our waste goes? This says septic tank chemical reactions or septic tank chemistry, that says that there is a kind of bacteria which we call anaerobic bacteria, and there's another kind of bacteria which is called aerobic bacteria. These are all bacteria, but we don't feed these bacteria. We don't feed bacteria into that tank. Of course, tank is also having certain vent pipe. So little kind of disposal of gas is these, and that vent pipe is not that big, it can take air into this. So what I learned that this this type of bacteria, anaerobic bacteria, which clearly states that this bacteria does not need any air to thrive, to live. This is what it says. This means there is a generation of this bacteria automatically from our stool, because our stool contains some chemicals from our body, toxins from our body, and those chemicals and toxins and all those substances, or all whatever we dispose of, carbon dioxide or hydrogen sulfide, whatever, or it takes from air some quantity, all these chemical bodies, chemical pathologies, or you can say pathogenic material, create some kind of bacteria which is known as anaerobic bacteria, and which is responsible for decomposing our disposed material into sludge. Whatever we eat, that passes through our stool and urine into that body. So there is a kind of chemical management that eats all that, and whatever it can't eat, that is sedimented and decomposed permanently into sludge. And there are two materials left, substances left. One is sludge and one is liquid part, that is called effluent. Effluent is taken out into manhole and disposed into sewer line and goes away, or some other method is there, is taken out. And this solid material or semi-solid is taken out by machine and allowed to dry, after which is further taken and disposed. This means bacteria exist, anaerobic bacteria. It doesn't harm human body. Of course it will harm if you enter septic tank, it shall certainly harm you. But again, it's a kind of virus. It's automatically generated because of chemical composition of our body and stool and urine. It is, and maybe it takes some water from soil, could be, I'm not sure. Because when I construct a septic tank, automatically water penetrates into through walls and all that. This means environment is such that this bacteria works. Bacteria works, generates automatically due to whatever means, I don't know, only medical science can tell. Whatever small knowledge I had because of learning water supply, sewage engineering, which is water supply and sewage engineering or environment engineering concern now, according to that knowledge, I know small. Now my question is not regarding sewage. My question is about sky, about air, what air actually we have. We have pushed all chemicals into air. For decades we have spoiled air. Water content is there, air is there, many chemicals, gases are there in air, and we are getting sun rays into that. We have dust particles into that when there is air pressure difference, and wind works, agency of wind works. So this supplies soil or very light particles of sand or silt into air, clay flies into air and silt flies into air. Clay flies to very high because clay is very light particle. Sand fine particles also fly in that. So air is a combination of, you can say, these inert materials. These are all inert material. Soil, clay, silt, and chemical, inorganic chemical materials like carbon dioxide, argon, oxygen, nitrogen, methane, ethane, propane, butane. There may be many types of parts of gases in this air. So is there no possibility that because of contents of moisture, because of also ionization among cloud itself, when you say it's lightning, because of ionization, movement of electrons from one body to another body, and billions of movements of electrons be there. Is there no possibility that these all combinations, this combination of all these known and unknown energies, and whatever metal could flow from space into that, can lead to birth of certain kind of unknown bacteria or unknown microscopic, below microscopic size bacteria, which is known as virus now. Can't we imagine that way? That is one point. And if that point is valid, I am not claiming, I am just trying to discuss my mind, I am just submitting my mind. Only possibility is that there could be some chemical birth of certain kind of infectious material, because this is having properties from many agencies, and this can convert into a type of energy which we call virus, and which flows into air when there's rain down. All these gas particles or below density of gas particles condense and come down to surface of earth in form of rain, droplets of rain, and certainly these may be that which we inhale, and we call that we are affected, and we are naming that virus, namely COVID-19. Could be. That could be a possibility which requires research and investigation. If that's the case, then whatever we have been thinking so far is of no use. Whatever we have thought of, that has got no relation to this. This pollution is responsible for this problem. Possibly. This point we have to understand very well. This is one aspect of this. You can say virus is there, virus, okay, fine. I am saying chemical composition of gases result into another composition of this type of pathogens, which remain photons, becomes part of photons, and we inhale those probably. And if that's the possibility, it's very dangerous, because without you, even if you are having mask here, you can't avoid them. Inhale, can't avoid them. This means you have to stay used to them. Only way is to stay used to them. You have to live with them. That is one possibility. There's another possibility, which is imaginary, hypothetical, skeptical. That depends on belief, that depends on faith, but that may be a possibility, because we are all human beings. Some people believe in God and others don't believe. That is individual choice. But irrespective of that, whether or not I believe or you believe, let us say scientifically, we assume that some souls are there, deployed by nature, by God, to go and examine the whole world. Maybe it's an audit, or it's an investigation ongoing, examination of everybody is going, nature is conducting examination of everyone, and nature has deployed billions of souls for that purpose. Possibly. Because when nature wants to check something, because everything belongs to nature or God, it has to work on this. It shall take care of its properties. Ultimately, honor is God. If that may be a case, then we can say possibly there are crores or billions of souls working all over the world. Because what has happened, all world has been captured by this virus, and world cannot do anything. World can't do anything except just assumptions. Okay, keep distance, keep this nose closed, mouth closed, use mask, or some other treatments. But those have not worked successfully so far, except success in assumption. Yes, we are successful. But fact is, these cases have been augmenting day by day. Quantum of casualties, deaths have been augmenting day by day. This means where is problem? If it is natural work of God, means God is not pleased with us, God is unpleased with His children. So God is not pleased with us, this may be a possibility. So God created certain kind of agency which we call this COVID-19, probably. As a saying in our culture, yada yada hi dharmasya galanirvati bharate avayutthanam adharmasya tadat manam srijamiham. If I write there in place, I place that yada yada hi dharmasya galanirvati prithvi yada yada hi dharmasya galanirvati prithvi avayutthanam adharmasya tadat COVID-19 amyaham. Can it be considered that way? When God says there is enhancement, there is upsurge of good on earth, I can say there is upsurge of evil on earth. On earth, I have to take care of that. When there is a threat to religion, not to religion, to good, there is a threat to righteousness, which we call righteousness, means when there is danger to humanity, there is danger to honesty, there is danger to sincerity. People do not respect earth, people do not respect my property, people do not respect me. I have to take birth on earth. And maybe in that I have to take birth in earth, maybe this virus has to take birth on earth. COVID-19 has to take birth on earth, so that God can teach all those a lesson who are in itself evil or bad people, dishonest people, not sincere, destroying earth for sake of economical gains, destroying everything for sake of pleasure. If that is the case, then we have to think differently. Just like the scientists believe, if we contemplate that prayers can do something, prayers of course can do everything, because prayer means what? What is prayer? Is it by body or mind or by soul? When you pray, you concentrate on your own self, on your own, and pray. You may call it concentration, you may call it meditation, you may call it conscious, you may call whatever you call, doesn't make a difference. But you concentrate and talk to God in your own words or whatever words. God, I am here, please help me. You say like that, I am very bad, please help me. Please forgive my bad acts. This is what you say. Or you demand something from God. Please give me this, please give me that. I will do this, I will do that, and I am praying you. Your prayer is for your personal gains, for your individual requirement. If that is a prayer, and if God accepts that, that's between this relation, how you deal with God, between yourself and God. Now what I am saying is, let us say this applies, because there is no other way out. Let us say this applies. If this applies, we can say that there is a power which is very powerful, that much powerful, we cannot deal with that on ourselves. This means this is production, powerful production of nature itself. So if you respect that, maybe it changes your mind, or maybe it harms you little. If you make friend of this, or treat this power as very powerful, and seek excuse from this, forgiveness from this. Oh my big power, please help us. Don't destroy us. Please don't destroy us. What do you want? We respect you. We remember you. Please don't destroy us. If you want to live in this world, live, or if you want to go back, go back. just like you submit to God, if you submit to that, I am saying just imaginary. If it is, if there is a work of soul, if there is a work of soul which we cannot confirm and we cannot guarantee, if there is a work of souls on this issue of COVID-19, then your no treatment, no injection, no medicine, nothing can help you. Nothing can help you in that case, because there is a soul which controls it, or group of souls which control it. They cannot go like this. What do you think? For them, sanitization or injection or isolation or this or that got no relevance, because this is powerful, super powerful. If it is that we should keep silent and talk to this. Leave to us ourselves, leave us to ourselves. Let us, please do not disturb us, do not fight with us. We don't want to fight with you. If you want to stay in this world, stay in this world, or if you want to go back, go back. But let us stay peacefully. We will not destroy this earth anymore. We will not rob this earth of its wealth anymore. We will not waste material. We will honestly speaking, we will respect each other. We will respect nature. We will respect humanity. We will respect creatures. All this we can promise. That we will not act in a way we have been acting. We will respect nature. We will preserve nature. We will preserve everything. But this time, forgive us. Because if suppose souls are working, there is no solution to that. Let us say they are working. Assume. And I am sure they are working. Because I have seen them. I can't prove it, but I have seen them. Souls are working. Such type of throughout world action is not possible without acts by souls. Billions or millions or crores souls have been working, and this change of weather is not new. I have seen this change of weather in past years. Every third day or fourth day we see rain. You can so see in Doha, you can see in some other country, there's always change in weather. So I think if we believe that there is some power of souls or God's work is impacting us, then we should be little serious. We little withdraw from our scientific location or scientific power, thinking that we are everything. We have to stop thinking that way. Because if we want to preserve this world, to see future, then we have to submit to God. That's the only way. And God is always very happy if you submit to that power. After all, God is your permanent friend. God produced you. You are item of God. You are property of God. Whether you live on earth or you live somewhere else, all belong to God. So if you seek forgiveness, you tell Him, promise Him, you will never do something against earth. You will never do something against those people who need you. Those poor people will not act. We will eat only that our stomach allows, and we will use your earth material to minimum possible extent. And we will work in fields, grow crops and eat. And we will use mind with honesty and loyalty to you when we do something. That kind of prayer, if really it can satisfy those souls, and certainly souls are hungry for love. Souls are hungry for all this. Their souls, departed souls or non-departed souls, all. So I think we have to change some attitude, our attitude. We have to come out of false pride that we have. we are having scientific knowledge, we are having medical knowledge, we are having this knowledge and that knowledge. No one is having knowledge of science, of souls. No one is having that knowledge. And if somebody claims having that knowledge, accept that to be logical talk. I have not seen souls except in dreams, or I felt sometimes, of course, in my life. This means souls can work. How can you say no? Atma. Atma hai, Atma. Atmosphere, we say. Atmosphere. What is atmosphere? We said atmosphere, 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 atmosphere. Atmosphere. Atom comes from here, from there. So atmosphere. Who knows how many souls work each moment? Do you know how many souls are sitting in a room? How I know somebody is sitting here until I have different types of eyes, which I don't have. So something when you do not know, you cannot explain logically, but you feel that. That is what called hidden dunya, chupi dunya, andheri dunya. We call andheri dunya dark world. There is no dark world. Invisible world. We say dark world. It's not dark. It's invisible. Dark can be seen. We can see in darkness. And we can see darkness even. We can see light and we can see darkness. Go to darkness, you will find blackish everywhere until you get some light from your eyes or somewhere else to see something. So atmosphere, which is unknown, and this Atma is lighter than air. Atom is lighter than air. Scientists say particle of this is 0.00024 or 25. So we are being indirectly directed to soul power. Now suppose we are saying soul power, and that may be true, then what shall happen to this world? Souls are always there. And if soul army is available, you cannot do anything. You can't do anything if souls are present, because you can't even identify your own soul. Who can identify his own soul? No one. There may be spiritual gurus, but they are only speaking gurus, not spiritual gurus. When you know your soul is there, so there can be other soul also. And if that soul is available, or army of souls are available, it's clear indication whole world is captured. Whole world is captured not by police, by army of souls, which no one can handle. It can be handled only by your submission. That we submit to you, Devta Corona, Devta COVID-19, or whatever you call them, you submit to them. Please, let us live together. We are there, we know you are there. Please don't harm this world, don't harm our people. What you say we will do. If you say we have to be honest, we shall become honest. If you say don't exploit materials too much, we won't exploit materials too much. We will not fight together. Whatever you expect, we will develop this world. All those kind of positions, all those kind of assumptions, we have to submit to that, just like we submit to nature. So maybe those souls have kind energy with them, so be not cruel to be too much cruel with us. Maybe they leave us to our time. So I am not saying any formal prayer for that. That's up to public. But we should regard this power of nature, which we do not know, but power of nature does not require any address. It's always like that. So what I'm saying is, we have to little change our view of pride that we are having. When countries like America, which is called very powerful country in this world, I mean you can say England, very scientific country in this world, and all other countries which are also very advanced countries in terms of science and technology, like German, like Italy, like France, like many more, if they are not able to do something, then what you think world is? We are always sleeping people, and we are therefore, of course, today we claim that there are no many cases, but that is not fact. That is not a fact. Cases can be there any time. If soul is unhappy, it can give you millions cases a day. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. It's not a joke. I'm not telling something. I am just thinking of something and speaking. After all, this is life. This power is so dynamic, so much having high potential, that it knows who is right, who is wrong, who knows who is sinner, who is not sinner. It knows. And actually, this power is very much unhappy with those who are governing leaders of all around the world. This is unhappy with them. That's why it's trying to teach them a lesson and beating them also. There's no need of explaining that. All countries are suffering because of that, because of this system of nature. Nature never tells what it's going to do, but it does. It does, and it is doing. Okay, we have to be careful. We have to consider science on priority basis, but we have to also consider this theological talk I am saying. We are also to consider that other than virus, from what we say coming that source, it may be naturally generated from air, which is also a possibility, because until we do not know, we have to accept that. And then natural, prayer, God, all those considerations we should pull in just to understand what we are talking about. So it's no harm if you people from around the world start respecting COVID-19 and praying it. Please forgive us. Forgive us for your own sake, for our own sake, our sake and God's sake. It's too much. You have done your job. We have lost millions. We have lost millions, and we know what you want, and we will do that way. We shall not spoil earth. We shall not spoil environment. We shall not cause pollution everywhere. Your product was spoiled. We know pollution comes from our bad use of earth materials. It comes because of abuse of oil materials. It comes because of we are too greedy, too avaricious to eat your product. So if we, maybe Corona listens or God listens, in fact, I consider this Corona. In place of that, I said, Yada Yada Idharmasya, Gilani Bhati Bharat or Prithvi, Abhyuthana Dharmasya Tadatmanam Srijamyaham. In place of Manam Srijahamyam, I am keeping COVID-19 or this virus, and Praritraya Sadhunam Vinashaya Chadusvatam Dharma Sanstapnarthaya Sambhavamide, where Bhagavan or God or Krishna says that wherever there is sin, I will come and set right all those who are sinners. I'll prosecute them, I'll punish them, and all those people who seek my help, I will help them, who are actually saints or sadhus, in fact who are sincere, I will help them, and I'll re-establish institutions, and whenever I'm required, I'll be back. And maybe I think it's back in name COVID-19, and 19 number is given to this. I may be instantaneous because of years, but it's playing that way. WHO has given this name 19, and what spirituology or what I consider that one is a number of lead or coming back or trail, authority and leadership, while 9 is a number of fire, is a number of struggle, is a number of delay. So 1 9 is 10 and 10 is 1. So could be there's a possibility that this is not so easy to be dealt with. This virus is not so easy to be dealt with. So we should then treat it other way. Now is to please this virus that kindly listen to us, listen to and leave us to our own future. You make it or you stay there and control us. And then if you think that way, I think we respect all your army, we can say, and kindly excuse me, excuse us. Possibly we get rid of this problem. Had this problem been confined to one country or two countries or one continent, I would have said yes, this can be something else. This is not confined to any place, and this is playing a big role, all over, which forces me to think that and I have already given solution for other one. If in case it is virus which thrives in this atmosphere, in this rain condition or chemical condition, low temperature condition, if it thrives that, if it's really virus, then we have to fire it. The only way is we have to put this on fire. So there are options. You consider this, you consider that, you consider this option, you this solution, you consider this option. So main is we cannot put on fire because we don't have that potential involved. So better request this virus to leave from my place and go to your home, permanent home, from where you have come. That may be a possibility to think upon. And it's going to affect our economy as a whole, already affected, badly affected. World has changed as I talk daily. World has drastically changed. What we are doing, lock up. Now worlds are filled. Whole world is now fed up with lock up as well. In fact, because first time, second time, it's more than 2 months. Lockdown has been moving around world, around all countries, and people are not used to stay within families and closed doors. So now is it that they are free people, they want to move here and there, they want to enjoy life with their friends and all in liberated way. But this power has obstructed that lead of life, and this power is telling just confine to your life and stay with the people, and also do not do bad acts against me. So that has communicated its message. So it, even if you were behind roads in your homes, you must not, you may not say, not necessarily that you are safe. If this is work of nature, you may stay where you want life, you can't be protected. That's also a way of life. Economy is being changed now because we have to follow distancing and we have to follow so many instructions. So you can't find 2019 year situation again and again. You have to change everything. Your living habits, your walking habit, your comfort habit, your many other habits that you develop without any scientific basis. You just develop because of your comforts, because of your money power, because maintaining certain standard. You have used your life. You did not face any struggle. You never welcome any hard work. You want to stay comfortable. All those are going to change. You may not sit 60% in a bus. You may not occupy all seats in a train. You may not occupy even all seats in flight. And they will be different always, and particularly the coming couple of years will be very, very impacted upon by such kind of rules. You can't fully drive a car, you may sit one person or two-person. Same way, you change everywhere, even if lockdown is off. Economy is going to face troubles all over country, and that's seen is all those who are very powerful are now like animals. They cannot say anything because if they say anything, it goes to news, it goes to websites, it goes to your, you can say, screening also. Economy has to change drastically. It's done. And if you don't change drastically, it will harm you in future. If you change yourself now, to think of nature, think of people, you need not think of people. That's unfortunate. Just we do not treat our workers very well. Our brothers and sisters workers, because they're all brothers and sisters, they're working in land, in field, doesn't make any difference. Because those animals too help us. We fail to treat our poor people who are very hard-working people, who are required by all nations to stay there within their country. But did it happen? We did not allow them being human even. We did not think even for 1 minute, how shall these poor people survive in this country? And still no thought for them. You just pass 500 rupees to some account and say to any other account, you think you are safe, you will never be safe. In that case, what you have to do? Now, particularly in our country, government has been swayed by factors of sex. It may be Congress government or BJP government. Congress is top on the system. They want to show on television debates that we are this and that. In fact, they are not interested in solving problems. Had they been interested in solving problems, they would not go to such kind of arrangements. So what we should do, we should help ourselves. There's no other way. We have to help ourselves. We have to think of people. अब मैं थोड़ा सा हिंदी में ही बताना चाहूँगा जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ, क्योंकि ये हमारे देश की भी बात है और जो बहुत से लोग भारत में कहीं भी रह रहे हैं उनकी भी बात है। अब मैं समझता हूँ कि सारे लोग इंग्लिश में नहीं समझना चाहते क्योंकि उन्हें समझने की आवश्यकता पड़ी ही नहीं। हम चाहे कुछ भी कहते रहें, वायरस से जन्म कहाँ हुआ, कैसे हम कन्फर्म करते रहें, एक बात भूल जाते हैं कि कुछ लोगों के कहने पर सब कुछ मिट नहीं जाएगा और कुछ लोगों के कहने से हो नहीं जाएगा। ठीक है, वायरस है, कौन चीज़ है और किसी वी हैव टू थिंक अ लॉट नाउ। अभी सोचना पड़ेगा। इतने लोग जो मर जाते हैं बिना कारण बताओ के, कारण भैया जब जब संकट आता है दुनिया पे, जब जब गंद फैलती है दुनिया में, जब जब दुनिया का खतरा पैदा होता है, उसी के मानवों द्वारा जो हमारे लिए बनाए गए, उन्हीं के द्वारा जब भी खतरा हुआ है तो प्रॉब्लम भी हुई है। भगवान तो आएंगे, वो बता के नहीं आएंगे और कह के नहीं आएंगे कि मैं आ रहा हूँ। हो सकता है वो आ चुके हों, अपना काम कर रहे हों, वो चाहते होंगे कि ज़्यादा लोग जो हमारे खिलाफ बोलेंगे इकट्ठे ना हो, तो चाहिए नहीं। लेकिन आपके खिलाफ कौन है? मुझे तो कोई दिखता नहीं है। हाँ, आपके सपोर्ट में बहुत है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है। इसलिए अब हमें थोड़ा सोचना चाहिए कि वास्तव में वायरस है या कुछ और है, और वायरस भी है तो इसको तो प्राप्त करना ही पड़ेगा। ये जाने वालों में से नहीं है, जाना होता तो पक्का चला जाता। ये वायरस है, ये यू कैन से वायरस का मतलब VIRUS। सो हमारा तो गेस्ट बन गया, ये हमारा तो मेहमान है सारी दुनिया का, पूरी दुनिया में फैल चुका है। तो आप इसको एक सीधा साधा भी नहीं कह सकते। शक्तिशाली ही कोई पहुंचता है, उसको ना कोई वीज़ा की ज़रूरत है, ना किसी परमिशन की ज़रूरत है, और वो पूरी दुनिया में बैठा है। आप उसका कुछ बिगाड़ भी नहीं सकते। बिगाड़ेंगे तो जब जानेंगे, जानते ही नहीं तो क्या बिगाड़ेंगे। बिगाड़ तो हो रहा है हम सबका। कितने वर्ष के कौन जाने, ये तो कहने की बातें हैं समाचार पत्र में या न्यूज़ में जो आ रही हैं। मैं उनको सच नहीं मानता, मैं सच नहीं मानता। 2019, इसका नाम भी 19 खतरनाक 9 नंबर की वजह से। नंबर जो आग है, हर चीज में देरी है, स्ट्रगल है, संघर्ष है, वो हो रहा है। इसका नाम शायद 20 होता तो कुछ और होता, लेकिन जाते जाते सन में आया और नाम रह गया 19। खैर, वो बातें इतनी आसानी से मैं समझा नहीं सकता, आपको लंबी बात करनी पड़ेगी उसके लिए। लेकिन हाँ, थोड़ा बहुत मैं आत्मा को समझता हूँ। और ये जो हमारा आसमानी काम है हवा का, जिसमें हमने एक गंध पैदा कर दी है, ऐसी गंध जो हम जान के भी नहीं जान सकते। मैंने एक एग्जाम्पल दिया था, देता हूँ, इंग्लिश में दिया था, सेप्टिक टैंक का, जिसमें जहाँ पे सीवर लाइन नहीं होती है, तो आप लोग जो WC यूज़ करते हैं, कुछ भी करते हैं, तो जो डिस्पोज मेटेरियल कहाँ जाता है, कुछ का तो सीवर लाइन में चला जाता है जहाँ सीवर लाइन है, या कुछ के नहीं है सीवर लाइन, तो सेप्टिक टैंक हो सकते हैं। ये वो टैंक है जिसमें ये स्टोर रहता है हमारा आपका सबका मटेरियल, डिस्पोज मटेरियल, ये वहाँ स्टोर रहता है। और इसके ऊपर कुछ एजेंसियाँ काम करती हैं, कुछ ऐसे कीड़े जो बिना हवा के जी सकते हैं, रहते हैं, बनते हैं, वो उस पर काम करके उसको खा जाते हैं, और जो बचता है उसको हम स्लज कहते हैं और एफ्लुएंट कहते हैं। मतलब वो पोर्शन जो पानी की तरह बह जाता है उसको हम एफ्लुएंट कहते हैं, और जो नीचे बैठ जाता है काला काला सा ग्रे से हो जाता है उसको हम स्लज कहते हैं। वहाँ पर ये जो कीड़े काम कर रहे हैं, बिना हवा से चलने वाले कीड़े, ये कहाँ से आ गए? ये एटमॉस्फेयर से आ गए, मेरे आपके शरीर से आ गए, कहाँ से आ गए? कहीं ना कहीं से तो आए होंगे। इसका मतलब वो भी एक तरह का काम करता है। हवा में कौन कौन सी गैसें हैं, सब काम करती हैं। नाइट्रोजन है, ऑक्सीजन है, आर्गन है, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड है, और बाकी जो गंध फैलाई हमने वो सब है। साथ में ऊपर से भी रोशनी आती है, हवा आती है, धूल भी आती है, धूल में भी पार्टिकल जाते हैं, धूल से पार्टिकल निकले, चिकनी मिट्टी के पार्टिकल, सिल्ट के पार्टिकल, दूसरे वो जाते हैं उसमें और वो काम करते हैं। वो सभी तो पोल्यूशन फैलाते हैं। दूषित वातावरण कैसे होता है? उन्हीं की वजह से होता है। फिर पानी आ जाता है, वो बार बार छोटा छोटा बारिश होना, हर दूसरे दिन तीसरे दिन, फिर धूप निकल आना, तेज हो जाना। तो ये साइकिल चलती जा रही है, इसको हम रोक नहीं पाए हैं उस पॉल्यूशन की वजह से। जहाँ तक मैं समझता हूँ, हो सकता है कि ये वर्क जो हो रहा है, जिसको हम कोविड-19 कह रहे हैं, ये प्राकृतिक हो, कौन जाने। और अगर ये प्राकृतिक है, ये भगवान की शक्ति से हो रहा है, भगवान की वो शक्ति जो हम सब पर हावी होती है। भगवान अपनी शक्ति कब भेजता है? तो तब भेजता है जब देखता है कि ये लोग मेरे कंट्रोल से बाहर हो चुके हैं, ये लोग मेरी बात सुनते नहीं हैं। मैंने इनको इतनी बड़ी ज़मीन बना के दी, ये सुन नहीं रहे, उसको खाए जा रही है निकाल निकाल के, उसका अब्यूज कर रही है। अगर ऐसी बात होती है तो उसका तो एक ही रास्ता है कि उस साहब की, मिस्टर कोरोना की, मिस्टर कोविड की, कोविड-19 की, इसकी पूजा पाठ की जाए कि भाई बहुत हो गया, गर्मी आएगी तो सोते रहना बाहर, अभी तो हमें तंग मत करो, हम आपके सामने प्रेयर कर रहे हैं। अगर ये प्रेयर भी सुनती है या कुछ भी बात आती है जहाँ से सुना जा सकता है, तो मैं तो कहूँगा सारी दुनिया को उस बात को भी समझना चाहिए, हमको देखना चाहिए कि क्या ऐसा हो सकता है। अगर हो सकता है तो अच्छी बात है, मेडिकल की जगह है, विज्ञान की जगह है, और आत्मा की जगह है। आत्मा एटमॉस्फेयर से ही बनी होगी, तभी आत्मा कहते हैं, एटमॉस्फेयर कहते हैं, कोई ना कोई लिंक तो होगा। वो लिंक अगर हम इतनी जल्दी समझ जाते फिर बात क्या थी, हम नहीं समझते। समझते तो ऐसी बात नहीं होती जो हो रही है। हमारी लालच, हमारे ग्रीड में मार रहे हैं, हमारी क्षमता जितनी है नहीं उतनी हम समझ लेते हैं। और देखो हमारे देश में तो किसकी सहायता की जा रही है, देखिए आप, हमारे देश के नेताओं में तो इतना भी दर्द नहीं है, जरा सा भी दर्द नहीं है उस गरीब के लिए, उस गरीब के लिए जो सबसे अमीर है शक्ति में, योगदान में। वो गरीब जिसके बिना आप फुटपाथ भी नहीं बना सकते, आप सड़क पे चल नहीं सकते, उस गरीब को हमने क्या समझा आप जानते हैं। ना प्रधानमंत्री के दिल में कुछ जगह है उनके लिए, ना पब्लिक के दिल में उनके लिए जगह है। वो अपने अपने नशे में सब चूर हैं, भूल जाते हैं ये लोग इतने स्मार्ट हैं, अपने रॉन्ग सॉल्व करने के लिए, अपनी समस्या को सुलझाने के लिए। बीमारी है, अटैक है। मैं किसी धर्म में नहीं जाना चाहता, मैं धर्म की बात भी नहीं करना चाहता, क्योंकि मैं किसी धर्म को मानता नहीं। बात घमंड की नहीं है, बात सच्चाई की है। आप किस धर्म में पैदा हुए थे आपको क्या पता, धर्म है क्या आपको क्या पता। ये जो मैंने आपको बताया, यदा यदा ही धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत, इस वाली 4 लाइनों में कहाँ लिखा है धर्म? धर्म लिखा है कि अगर धर्म का नाश होता है, धर्म को हानि होती है, वहां धर्म का नाम नहीं लिखा, उसका नाम धर्म ही लिखा है। तो फिर आप कहाँ से बन गए भाई जिनकी आप बातें करते हैं? आप अगर कोई व्यक्ति, मैं कहता हूँ मेरा नाम तो ए है, मेरा नाम कुछ नहीं है, मैं मानता हूँ उस चीज़ को, मैं उसको सर्टिफिकेट देता हूँ मैंने ये नाम रखा और रखा हुआ मैंने रखा, तो आपको क्यों पिंच हो रहा है? ये बातें शर्म आती है कई बार बोलने में हम लोगों को। जब हम आत्मा की बात करना चाहें तो शायद लोग कहेंगे पढ़ा लिखा हो गया ऐसी बात कर रहा है। क्यों? पढ़े लिखे होने में नहीं बात की जा सकती? आत्मा के हम सबसे अलग है, सारी दुनिया मानती है आत्माओं को, कोई बोले या ना बोले। मैंने अरबियों में काम किया है, अंग्रेजों में काम किया है, यूरोप वालों के लोगों के साथ काम किया है, फारिश वालों के साथ काम किया है, और बहुत से लोगों के साथ काम किया है। और सच तो यही है कि दिखाने के लिए हम कुछ और हैं, वास्तव में कुछ और। असली बात तो यही है। अगर हम ये बात समझ लें कि हमें थोड़ा सा चेंज करना है अपने विचारों को, और अगर हम ऑफर दें इन आत्माओं को जो मैं समझ रहा हूँ, शायद हो सकता है। हर बात को सोचना चाहिए। जब वैज्ञानिक भी सोचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं तो हमें सोचने में क्या जाता है? हो सकता है ऐसा हो, वायरस कुछ ना हो, ये भी हो सकता है। भगवान पीटना चाहता हो सबको, ये भी हो सकता है। तो आपको संभालना पड़ेगा प्रेयर के नाम में। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा आप कौन सी प्रेयर करो, आपकी मतलब है प्रेयर को सोच से भी हो सकती है, ज़रूरी नहीं कि कोई फॉर्मल प्रेयर हो, मन से माफ़ी मांग के भी हो सकती है। तो आप भी करके देख लीजिए, हो सकता है 8 बिलियन में से कुछ की बात सुन ली जाए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है इसमें। लेकिन याद रखना, जब तक गरीब को सताओगे कोई सुनने वाला नहीं आता। ये जिंदगी का असूल रखना, कोई हो चाहे, क्योंकि गरीब के पास कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं होता और आप उसको पीटे जाएं, क्योंकि आपके पास घमंड है पैसे का, शक्ति का, आप पावरफुल हैं, आप हैव्स हैं, और आप सोचते हैं मैं कुछ भी कर सकता हूँ। वो गरीब इसलिए गरीब नहीं है कि आपने उसे अमीर नहीं बनाया, वो की किस्मत ऐसी है। शायद किसी ज़माने में उसने कुछ ऐसा कहा होगा, किया होगा, और आपने कुछ ऐसा किया होगा कि आप अमीर हो गए। लेकिन अमीर हो या गरीब हो, सोचना तो सबको पड़ेगा। आपसे ज़्यादा आज की तारीख में मैं रिस्पेक्ट उन गरीबों को देना चाहता हूँ, उन मज़दूरों को देना चाहता हूँ जिसको मज़दूर कहते हैं, और ये गलत है। मज़दूर क्या होता है? मज़दूर का मतलब है जो मज़े से दूर, मज़ा दूर, मतलब ऐश दूर, एंजॉय करना दूर। वो तो पहले से ही मज़दूर है, वो तो पहले से ही उन चीज़ों से दूर है जिससे खुश मिलता है, शांति मिलती है, आराम मिलता है, ऐश मिलती है, और आप तो उसी में रहना चाहते हैं। चलो आप रहिए उसमें, लेकिन उन विचारों का क्या कसूर है? मैं पढ़ रहा था एक एक्ट 1979 का, भारत का, इसका माइग्रेशन वर्कर्स एक्ट, माइग्रेशन वर्क एक्ट 1979, 1979 एक्ट। मुझे नहीं पता था, लेकिन मैंने सर्च किया, 1979 एक्ट है। कैसे लेबर होनी चाहिए, कहाँ से लानी चाहिए, कैसे इसका रखना चाहिए, कौन उसके लिए उत्तरदायी, उसके जो ठेकेदार है, कौन है, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर है, कंपनी है, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, कोई भी है, उनकी क्या रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ हैं, उस पर दिया हुआ है। लेकिन कौन पढ़ेगा? सरकार का ड्यूटी होती है, देश की कोई भी सरकार हो, दुनिया के अंदर ड्यूटी होती है अप्लाई ऑपरेशन ऑफ लॉ, ऑपरेशंस ऑफ लॉ। इलेक्ट करना पार्लियामेंट का काम है, अप्लाई करना सरकारों का काम है। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हो, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हो, डजंट मैटर। देयर इज एन एक्ट एग्जिस्टिंग इन नेम ऑफ माइग्रेशन वर्कर्स एक्ट 1979, which contains how these shall be treated, how they shall be supported. So why did not government think on this act? Because you just want to think for only rich, that's why you don't want to think it. And I'm asking this question from all people of this country: why are you so why are you so non-serious about these people? Are these people your enemies? If they are poor, you are happy then, because you are using them. If they were not poor, you would have used them? You would not have used them. These people charge very little and work for you physically. So you are benefited, not these people. These people charge you only that they can eat, they can survive. Food only. No clothing for that, no house for that. They have another income in their farming, you can say farming business or farming industry, agriculture industry. They may earn something from there as well, but they come here for some savings. Food is no problem for them if they stay in villages and crop is okay. Food is not a big issue for them, but in cities, food is required for them. Remember, this workforce is not a workforce alone. You have to learn from Prime Minister to everyone below. Prime Minister also needs a lesson that he did not understand. No country can move without these people. Yes, they are poor, they are not very well certified by the education ministry, by universities, but they work for you, which work does not need any certification, because this work is not taught in universities, this work is not taught in schools. There is no writing documents within our syllabuses of whatever field that we have to learn about these activities. We learn it by empirical observation, and to that extent only we know it. This means it's my fault as citizen of this country, and it's your fault as citizen of this country, that my leader did not understand this, because this leader knows we will not talk about this. But remember, when water is here it's fine, it's up to here it's fine, or up to here it's fine, but when it comes here, you know what happens here. So we have allowed water level rise up to that level. What's responsible? Well, I'm very sorry for government. The government failed to do its job, and also state governments failed to do, all governments, all one to all. I'm not partitioning here this Congress or BJP or whatever. No, all. But something I saw on videos, so-called youth Congress, they did some part of good, that they at least provided some food, cooked food or some dry food for these people, and that's a good point. I did not find BJP people somewhere. I find the NGOs, of course, NGOs are there. At least some element also is good. I'm not supporting anyone. I'm just trying to communicate what I saw. At least there are some people in society who think for them. But those who are responsible for them, legally responsible, according to law, those people did not remember them. So that is a great crime. That is top crime. If you forget rights of people, you don't allow their rights, it is shameful. And since beginning I am against it. People call you are criticizing government. Yes, I am criticizing government. It's my right. And it's right of government to listen to me. It's their right, their duty to listen to me. I don't believe what government says because they don't do. And still, there is more than 1 month, more than 1.5 months, or 1.5 months, 5 weeks we can say. You did not think of these people because you think they are not people. You thought we will manage. You thought you will manage. Why did your eyes open now that you start thinking these people are human? You never thought them human before. How could you live crowds of people like this? How could? I am asking a question from public of this country first, and then government of this country. People write bad about these people. I think those people are lunatic. Those people are mad. I cannot say anything to them because you cannot convince mad minds. If they don't think logic, but I think. So better condemn such people, ignore them. You know what I'm talking about. I ignore them because it's waste of your time to talk to them, to write to them. They cannot understand anything. Because when you close this here, you lock this here in the name of someone, you cannot understand anything. So your understanding mind of those people has crashed. But these people have not been crashed. Just imagine, you walk hundreds of kilometers, you are not weak, and the one concrete transmixer case, people were being transported, you are traveling through that, staying seated in in body of that inside. See how much comforts of these people were suppressed. Comforts, I'm saying at least comforts just to live, that level of comfort. These were beaten by so much. How much can you eat without earning? How many days food you have? Just imagine. We are locked in, we have money, we can store food and eat for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and then buy more and eat. But what about these people? These people were working for you, your companies, organizations, for development of nation. And our Prime Minister, our government does not know it. How it is? Really, this is very, very major point of failure of our lockdown. We are inhuman society. We are inhuman people. We do not respect poor people. We respect only riches. Now when water has reached here, they are saying we are going to provide you transport, trains. Okay, fine, you are going, but why are you charging for that? Why are you charging? Go and read that Act 1979. I have posted that also on Facebook. Read that government and read that public. Whose duty was it to handle them? Whose duty was it? UK duty or USA duty or German duty? Whose duty was that? You can't think of your people. You can bring people from China. You can bring people from somewhere else because they are British people. You can send some Gujarati people back to Gujarat using luxurious buses. But you could not handle these poor people who do everything for nation more than what gazetted officers do, more than what engineers and doctors do. If these people are not there, these doctors cannot work because they don't have hospitals after that. How shall you make your buildings without these people? How shall you run your factories of production? How shall your industries without them? It's a point of concern. I'm very serious about this issue. I'm not politicians and I don't obey, but I can't accept injustice too. Why injustice? Why? What was fault of these many crores people? Who shall take that responsibility? Many have died. Many have lost their lives. Who is responsible for that? Many lost lives in 2016, I think, yes, year of demonetization, and many lost their lives now. After all, who is responsible? Someone should be. If my Prime Minister cannot read Act and announces something without taking those points into consideration, then PM is responsible. And if people accept everything, people are responsible. Why not to speak after all? Why can't we speak? It's not an international act I'm talking. It is Immigration Act. Migrant immigration powers I'm talking. Where are those contractors? Why they were not held responsible? But your job is over because you do something. My job is over, I don't know anything. So if you do not know, if you do not value around 50% of population, how can you claim that you are going to develop this world? You are going to disseminate information about this world to public. How shall you do that? It's a big question mark. And my talk is very serious. Remember, I believe as many options I given to you. Let us consider this a virus. Take it accordingly. Let us consider this is not that virus. This is something else coming from atmosphere. Also accept this. Think on that. And other one is that this is a philosophy I'm telling you how it's happening, how it's working. So that we know about consequences. Just government wants to say something and do it, that's all. Government is not caring about others. But remember, government, you are also not in that. You are not that as well. You are responsible, but you are not responsible. By oath you are responsible, by your not practice you are not responsible. You want just to live for sake of living. You're not afraid of God. You're not afraid of something. And we don't need such type of government in this country. If you can't think of people, you don't think of me, you don't think of powerful people, you don't think of riches, think of these people. Because riches are riches because of these people. Factories are factories because of these people. Industries are industries because of these people. Not because of you and me. You are there because of them. I am there because of them. That is my thought. You may have different thought, I don't mind. Good morning, Sugatam Yadav. Okay, welcome. I'm not going to explain more, but I want to say that please take it separately. Think it separately. Virus is one part, airborne attack is another part, but natural attack is most important. Even though it is there or it's not there, I don't know. Let us assume when we pray for this. Please excuse us. We have done mistakes in our lives. We have harmed earth, we have harmed nature, we have harmed everything. We will not do that. We will not burn earth. We will burn earth. We will not abuse petrochemicals. We will not abuse. We will not abuse everything. We will respect you. We will not cause any pollution. Means whatever we did not do, we have to accept that we will do it now. That point is point of understanding. Well, I just taken time today for this because it's rising every day, and just I read one news about that. Is prayer any value for this? I should conclude prayer is valuable for this because there is no harm. You are sitting in homes, pray. Pray, please, Corona, COVID-19. Excuse us. We cause mistakes. We will not cause mistakes. We will not go against God. We will respect poor. We will respect those who need us. We will not harm these people. I think you may get some relief. I am certain you will get relief. Because actually, when we have power, we have money, we do not respect God, but we are thrown on leads, then we are certainly treated by God like that. So with this appeal that please take care, and if you want to worship, please this power and let it go, or stop harming you. That's one part. And for your information, I believe in spirit. I believe in soul. That's my election, my interpretation. I believe that. So I'm not forcing you to believe that, but I as a person, as an individual, believe that. And I know it is there. I can't prove that, but it is there. I am fully educated. I know what I am saying, and I can argue on that. I can argue in a sense that I am human being, I am living being. How can somebody live and how can somebody die? No one knows till now. But we fight for everything. We fight for religion. We fight for something and something and something. We never fight for what we should do. Well, let's move further. It was an isolated talk. I want to combine with this video, this talk, because this is very important. Life is going to change shortly, and many of you may have to work at night, thinking of some action changes, and certainly we have to thank for that. So I was talking yesterday about charters, and we come back to that topic. I was talking about chartered engineer issue, which is linked to Institution of Engineers India. I've explained to you about charter contents, what is this charter, how it is, how it works, and explained to you all that. And I started yesterday about something, because we wanted to file one petition, general petition from 91 to 99, and they acted bodily, and we move further to that talk. Now I showed to you, actually talked to you about you can say, if text of petition draft, that petition draft I'll show you, which I prepared years back, but that could not be filed due to whatever reason. That I'll show you now. Actually, I could not get this in my phone till yesterday, so I tried to get in phone, and I see that where it is, and this is here. This is what I'm talking of, and this is now that opens, long document taking some time to open, and this is where I said yesterday. Is it a draft copy of petition? Because I'm trying to show you this, I'm just trying to show you what I did for that. I'll speak to you. Yesterday I talked to you, I'll show you later on. Let me now come back to talk first, because it can be shown only for reference. I wanted to show to you this. Its URL is already available on text of this video. If you go there and see, when I was talking yesterday of this draft, this was actually in February 2017. This draft was titled Honorable Chief Justice of India and His Lordship's Companion Justices of Supreme Court, and this is original jurisdiction, public interest litigation draft, petition reference this, and date is now. Petition under constitutional articles, this is title, this is subject. Petition under constitutional article 32(1), public interest litigation, and respecting role of architects and role of civil engineers, structural engineers and services engineers on buildings, development, activities in our country. So memorable parties, I'm not going to say something, doesn't matter. Then respondents are Council of Architecture, one, and then number two respondent is Ministry of Law and Justice. Number three respondent is Ministry of Human Resources Development and Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India, Institution of Engineers India, and then it is then addresses to Engineer Mail SDCI. Now petition under Constitutional Article 32. Now it says public interest litigation respecting role of architects and role of civil engineers, structural engineers and services engineers to bad survey. Well, now public interest litigation respecting role of architects and role of civil engineers, structural engineers and services engineers on building development and activities in India. And we then move on to pre-petition notices we have given. I just referred what notice we have given. We notified to Council of Architecture many times, and that reference is there. Then we will go to what questions we raised in that in this such a form that what questions is there. For example, I'll show you in this QL1. If I find it immediately, I'll show that one. And that is here. I can find that and see to me. It's in interest of everybody. Then it is then it's the houses and all. It's a PIL. You say I will find it looks like a collection of eyes very much. So it was a collection of eyes. So let me show. Come on, open. I open this. So let me say one by one. It's petition under article. It's petition under article is given here. So article 30 is seen there, and other details. Then if you go further, you'll find those are petitioners, examples, the petitioners. No petitioner, 2-3 petitions are here. Also this, so all my colleagues left it there. And I'll try to show you this because this is the respondent was, address respondent is this. And then the respondent is this. Last year, Minister of Resources. I'm just trying to show you because it's better to show here now. Then it's the other one. Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India. This is on Yes India. It's all in copy of I'll short at then the subject. And this is action. So it's written that notice is going to show. It's just for that, it is reference to that, but it's going to show. And let me go further. As a reminder, etc. Kill them song written there. Reminder number 3. And then you go further, means this okay just for information I'm telling you, otherwise there's no need of telling all that. Now there's this question, or actually there's number 2 reminder, this number 2 reminder is. Okay. Now what I will show you, because all I cannot show you, I'll show you that number which you are referring. That's the number here. And I'll go further that. This is say regulatory page. Now it's a question of law involved in this. Because of that we have to go to SC, otherwise we can go to SC also, because a question of law is involved. This is I'm showing you this because of the name reference is there, so I'll show you where it is. And then question 2 is here, and showing us the old charter. Then third one is promotion. go further, you'll find that I'll just jumping on something else. Then you can say, I'm just going to show you how simple important one. What is actually engineering? What is engineering in fact? I'll now go through, because if you show like this, it will take a lot of time. Just wanted to inform you what I'm going to do. So we'll discuss it now according to your paper. You can use this as your reference, but I put this file is, again I'm saying, file is available on text of these videos. There are so many URLs, and these URLs are regarding these talks of management of these whatever service are there, and then there are talks on different further safety, and these URLs are indicated there, which are of course very important. You can open those files and see for yourself what I'm talking about. It's written there. Those you can download anytime, and I don't know. I'm going to speak about same this charter draft. For our case, we did not do it. The reason that I'm not sure engineers are sleeping society. They want people should do it and help them. I've tried a lot to tell them that's required. These engineers, young engineers, they have money to drink, they have money to enjoy, they have money for everything. But as far as such issues are concerned, they are devoid of money despite having jobs. Seniors feel irritated when I talk of this. I don't know why. Those senior engineers, highly profiled, educated engineers in this country, who have no background of knowing what our system is, what our law is, and they don't know, I don't know what they consider about. Misled people they are, over enthusiasts they are, and they don't understand what's constitution and what's our legal system, and they don't care for this. They're their own way, means they go their own way. So if they're not interested, I'm not going behind them. It's their choice. But there's a system. There's a system that must be respected. As I said before many times, this is not my private body. Neither it is your private body. This is a national body. It's national body in a sense, it's an institution of this country, just like other institutions are. So you have to respect that, according to Constitution. And if you don't respect that, this will not respect you. It is like that. Sometimes we have food in a plate. We are not eating that food. We want either someone come and give us food in our mouth, or I need other food. In both sense, I don't believe there is logic. If you want to eat food, you have to eat food. Or you think somebody should help you, then no one should help you. I am unnecessarily helping, I don't know why. Maybe some natural information, natural order is coming to me. Well, anyway, I spend a lot of time on this issue, and of course, I thought people are good, they understand, but when there are many intelligent people, if there are many intelligent people, they don't work actually, they dispute for nothing. This happens, this is natural. We have millions of engineers in this country. Millions, of course, 15 branches. And on top of that, electronic engineers like IT. I don't consider them as far as our development of nation is concerned. Their field has got no relation to engineering, in fact. They are doing software work or they are doing hardware work. But what I am talking is about direct engineers, which are civil, electrical, mechanical. You know what is civil engineer? Civil engineer means a person who deals with buildings, constructions, roads construction, sewer line, water line construction, gas construction, flyovers, railways, hospitals, institutions, buildings, college buildings, building markets, and all, wherever public development is concerned, involved. So the civil engineer is alone there who works. Electrical, mechanical engineers came later. When they came, they were integrated in society because without them, we failed to submit our documents. Electrical engineers, they work for electrical supplies into buildings or everywhere in cities. And mechanical engineers, they are equipment builder, machine builder, and all units of people are used by all human beings or all citizens in the country. We are getting so much import of food items. Rich people get. I don't get that. I try to get whatever we have to live with that. But because some people are very rich, they want to spend money on this. Okay, no problem to me. Mechanical engineers means responsible for machines, productions. Machine means small machine or big machine, big generators and all that. Civil, electrical, mechanical engineer are basic requirements of any society to develop. If you don't have civil, electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, how will you manage? You cannot manage. Never. So these three categories I take separately. Civil, electrical, mechanical, because civil means soil, civil means sand, civil means cement, civil means dust, clay, and civil means rough. Non-diplomatic. Civil means dirty clothes, dirty car, dirty talks, but good mind. Civil means workers, all workers, civil. Electrical means shock, short circuit, fuse. Understand that. And mechanical means use electrical for mechanical purpose. So these three inputs are always required for building. In whatever way you want, they will be given. Will be given. Prabhat. Electrical, mechanical, civil is a team of engineers which produce something physical. If they are not there, you can't live in buildings. Civil what does? Produce structure. Wires move through conduits, then conduits are inserted. In buildings, conduits are inserted. Plastic conduits are inserted. Insulation is inserted, water pipe is inserted, and whatever is required is inserted. So these pipe inserts, and of course ducting inserts or ducting places or short firing of ducts, wires, hangers. So mechanical and electrical compatibility, and this compatibility is civil allowance, civil structural allowance. All make one team of professionals, civil, electrical, mechanical, and there are many professionals which are not directly into structures, but they are also living with that. It's no problem for me. So I move further with this assumption that people would understand what is the role of civil, electrical, mechanical engineers, because you are not exposed to society, you are not exposed to PhD. Oh yes, yes. What do you think then? What we have to do? If we are not given powers, we are not given rights to work. What purpose is parliament is? What purpose state governments are? If they keep us on 50,000, 60,000 or something like that, don't allow us to move further, what shall do? We respect your doctors, they say, I guess it should be respected. Doctor has a responsibility. Doctor saves lives of patients. Doctor or compounders or nurses or supports all save life. We are engineers. Yes, we are engineers. We save structures. We make and save structures. We make to such an extent that these perform for years together. And we have many other you can say resources, sources of nation, assets of nation that we need every day for our activities. This means construction is basic requirement of nation. Basic requirement. You see any building, go, you will find AC in that building. AC. Only reason for this charter, IPI charter, Institution of University charter, I tried to study that. I was feeling abandoned, I was feeling isolated professionally because there was no shared access as people and those who knew about this, and they don't know what institution is all about. If there is no interest of this society, of this institution, people don't want to know that, I cannot answer. But I will continue on that. Now I'm going to that, just brief talk I wanted to make about that. Why does this? And again I am telling you, this institution was incorporated Royal Charter. All right. Now come on to, let's go to my talk here. It was, as I said, petition QL1 was a question of law involved, and in that I said Architects Act 1972 is one law that's involved here. Then I said role of architects to building design and construction. QL2 was question of law involved, that is Institution of Engineers, India, Royal Charter 1935, and then there is okay, now I'll go further that that was involved is NFRI analysis and FIR analysis. Just NARI NFRI nature of fundamental rights. Nature of fundamental rights. I wrote in that. Then we go further. NFRI was nature of fundamental rights involved in nature of fundamental rights involved in a sort. Then we'll go further, and that's NRI 1, that's issue flight of chartered engineers, NFRI, sorry, issue flight of chartered engineers. India referred to petition exhibit where PE 11D IEI and now coming to next one. This is NFRI issue 2. How it says contravention violation. NFRI says the contravention is a non-bending code. Now let's move to contravention. Fundamental rights, this is NFRI issue 2. Fundamental rights leading to debarring chartered engineers India, that is referred to petitioner exhibits, that I'll show later. We are indirectly deviated from our rights. Then NFRI 3 is, issue 3 is encroachment of civil engineers, structural works experts on professional design and field activities by Council of Architecture. They encroached our power. Then there's NFRI 4, which is issue 4, enactment of mechanical, electrical, encroachment on mechanical, electrical and security engineer, sorry. Then it is number 5 is global references. You also remember that. And then NFRI guidance by BIS and refer to petitioners. Now we'll go further. Page 22 was there, and I will not go to all these pages. I'll fill something. I'll go to main page, that is 22. Yesterday I was talking about. I'll go faster. So I'm going to see page 20 now. In page 20 it was, let us say, Suet. I'll start from Shavat. That is page 19. Better, so that you get clear what I'm talking about. Shiva, page 19. Para A, it is Para A. Flight of Chartered Engineers India, issue 1. This issue involved and explanations. Now it says adverse impact on fundamental rights. Enshrined in the Constitution, Article 19G, right to freedom to practice any profession. So, adverse impact on fundamental rights enshrined under Constitution, Article 19G, right to freedom or to practice any profession or to carry on any occupation, trade or business. This is Para 1. I will show you here. Para 1, if I can show you. Hold on please. not open. This is para 1, para. क्या किया यार let's see one find that why it's missed somewhere I think it's missed somewhere that's taking a lot of time. I should not waste time like this. I got it, Paragon. Luck, good luck, I got it. This is Paragon. Goes further. Goes further. Let a B after that. And there B. This is okay, well Stephen right. So this is all what I'm showing you. I'll go now to talk about this because it will take a lot of time if I just click on this. Let's now talk serious about this matter. It's a very serious issue for me. Now para A that I refer to you, which says flight of chartered engineer and adverse impact on fundamental rights enshrined in the Constitution, Article 19G, right to freedom and to practice any profession or to carry on any occupation, trade or business, then adverse impact on engineers' profession by Article Act 1972 Comprehensive Architectural Services Regulations 1989, May 11th, 1989, and pursuant to that. There is a regulation devised by Council in this regard, and that is which has caused adverse impact on the engineers. Impact, adverse impact of engineers profession by Architect Act 1972, Comprehensive Architectural Services Regulations 1989, May 11, 1989, and pursuant to that, architectural practice references COA, that's Council of Architecture, Office DOC document of 03, 2002, April 12 and 13, Comprehensive Architectural Services Part 1 and Part 2, architectural are governed under Architects Act 1972, number 20 of 1972. Now Part B is violation of fundamental rights issue. Part 2, violation of fundamental right issue 2. Violation of fundamental right issue 2. So this is that violation of fundamental rights here. Let's move this. Violation of fundamental rights. Demands to J question. Welcome. Okay. So violation of fundamental rights to a reference to petitioners exhibit 617. Quotes from Architects Act 1972. Now again quotes. May 31st, 1972, and conduct regulations May 11th, 1989. Architectural practice. What is that? This is conduct regulations May 11th, 1989, architectural practice. It says reference CODOC 03 2002, April 12 and 13, Comprehensive Architectural Services Part 1 and Part 2. This is that one. Architectural practice. I say alright, let's read this further now. Architectural practice, I told you this reference of act. Now Architect is Architect Services Part 1 Part 2. Architect Act provides for registration of architects and matters connected therewith. That's one part. Then Architect says Section 2 of Architect 1972 states that architect means any person. This is provision in the Architect Act. Architect means any person whose name for time being entered in register. This means is that really full get lost from you. ये मानेंगे नहीं इसी तरह से, अब दिमाग खराब हो गया लोगों का, पागलों का क्या करोगे कोई, इडियट्स हैं सब. आप बोलेंगे ऐसी बात करो, करना पड़ता है ऐसी बात, क्या करूँगा नहीं तो, काम नहीं करने दे रहे हैं, खाली बैठे इनके लिए यहाँ पे, फालतू लोग आके फालतू पास करते हैं, बात नहीं करते, क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछते, बस हाथ हिला देगा, कुछ देगा, बदतमीज लोग. कहाँ से आए पढ़ लिख के समझ नहीं आता मेरे को, बदतमीजी के अलावा कुछ नहीं आता। ऐसे कि दोस्त मेरी गलती उससे हो गई, इनको फ्रेंडशिप दे दी है, काटूंगा सबका नाम, आओ ऐसे मुझे नहीं आता। बर्डन ऑन कंट्री। So architecture section 2, architecture says section 2, and that is that architect means any person whose name for time being entered in registered is a provision on statute. Section 2b states that council of architecture means council constituted under section 3. Then section 2e architect act states that register means is register of architects maintained under section 23. Now section 3 Architects Act 1972 explanation defines institution of engineers India. This is in section 3 of Architects Act 1972, and in explanation it defines that institution of engineers India first registered in 1920 under Companies Act and subsequently incorporated by Royal Charter 1935. Now, violation of fundamental rights in issue 2 under chapter 4 Architect Act 1972 miscellaneous section 45 1 and 2. Section 45 Architect Act 1972 says a council may with approval of central government by notification in official gazette make regulations not inconsistent with provisions of this act or rules made thereunder to carry out practice of Alright, now council may with approval of central government by notification in official gazette make regulations not inconsistent with provisions of this act or rules made thereunder to carry out purpose of this act. Now violation of fundamental rights issue 2, I am going to discuss that, which is very very important. Part 10 for some time. Violation of fundamental right issue 2. In particular and without prejudice to generality of foregoing power, such regulation may provide for management of property of council, powers and duties and president and vice president of council, and summoning and holding meetings of council and executive committee or any other committee constituted under section 10, times and places at which such meetings shall be held, conduct of business thereat and number of persons necessary to constitute a quorum. Then functions of executive committee or of any other committee constituted under section 10. Courses and period of studies and of practical training, if any, to be undertaken subject to examination and standards of proficiency therein to be obtained in any college or institution for grant of recognized qualification. An appointment, powers, duties of inspectors, standards of staff, equipment, accommodation, training and other facilities for architectural education. Then 8H, conduct of professional examinations, qualifications of examiners and conditions of administration to sure examination. Then conduct of professional examinations, qualifications of examiners and conditions of admission. Admission of then conduct of professional examinations, qualifications of examiners and conditions of admissions of such examinations, standards of professional conducts and etiquettes and code of ethics to be observed by architects. Then any other matter which is to be or may be proved by regulations under this Act and in respect of which no rules have been made. Now part C, 3 part C is professional encroachment. Professional encroachment issue 3 and 4 refer to petitioner exhibit. Now and under Architects Professional Conduct Regulations 1989, May 11th, 1989 and pursuant to it, architectural practice reference, the same reference I will give many times before, COA/DOC/03/2002 is certain. Okay, no problem. Comprehensive Agricultural Services. Now I am going to talk to you about this amendment as Regulation 1989, May 11, 1989, and pursuant to it, architectural practice of COA/DOC of 303/2002, April 12, 13, Comprehensive Agricultural Services. Says Part 2. Conditions of engagement and say scale of charges. Well, now it's what conditions they want. This is in the rules. Preambles. Now they write it as own. Preambles is that primary objectives of structural design is to evolve a strong, durable and an effective skeleton so that space which architectural encloses and form in which it expresses itself as interior content and an exterior container becomes an organic container. Becomes an organic extension of one another, this it says, and structure is so fundamental to architecture. Structure is so fundamental to architecture that it actually determines its two-pronged functions. Utilitarian, it says, structure is so fundamental to architecture that it actually determines its two-pronged functions. They say themselves utilitarian approach, utilitarian appropriateness and expressive power of aesthetics. Structural design as a creative discipline assumes an indispensable position as a natural extension of architectural design. Endowed with an extraordinary power of conceptualization and creativity, an architect can conjure up unprecedented structural systems, leading to genesis of designs, ideas, introducing new concept of space and forms. In other words, architects' contribution to the structural design can effectively bring about qualitative change in built environment to stimulate environment of society towards a higher order of civilizations, unquote. This is from architects. Preambles, it was in preamble. Now, explanation 3. This was preamble. I will tell you what is in mind of architects. I just defined already. Now, explanation. The preamble mandates that an objective of structural design is to involve a strong, durable and efficient skeleton. Alright, now the preamble mandates that an objective of structural design is to evolve a strong, durable, and an efficient skeleton. Now, explanation means only a qualified and expert civil structural engineer can be authorized to design a reliable structure. Since reliability in terms of engineering codes means safe structure plus service plus structure, servicing structure plus durable structure, while construction requires while construction while structure requires to be designed according to buildings limit requirements, whether building deemed whether building deemed now come on, only verified and expert civil structural engineer can be authorized to design a reliable structure, since reliability in terms of engineering codes means safe structure and serving structure and durable structure. These are three parameters which are very important: safe structure, serving structure, and durable structure. While structure requires to be designed according to buildings limits requirements, whether building demands service limit state design or it needs ultimate limit state designs, which both limits are included within structural engineering domain. Now next is section 4, section A, explanation A. Educational and professional safety slogans. Educational and professional safety slogan is generally used on projects which is as such safety is a must. If you know safety, you know no pain. While you do not know safety, you know pain. Safety is extremely significant in life of ours, which if condoned by whatever reason would consequence of in huge lessons of human power, losses of natural resources, and losses of national potential. Yes. So safety consideration during designs. Let me see same page. Yes. Safety is an extremely significant in life of ours, which if condemned by whatever reasons would consequence in huge loss of human power, loss of natural resources, and loss of national potential. After that, safety is extremely significant in life of ours, which if condoned by whatever reasons would consequence in huge losses of human power, loss of natural, usual guys. Then explanation is safety consideration. Safety consideration during designs, during carrying out preparatory works, during operating permanent activities, during operating heavy equipment, during working in hazardous areas, considering consideration of ecological effects which all points requires in depth study. And then let's say which all points require in-depth analysis, analytical approach during working out risk and reaching risk, combating resolutions from engineering. Then during working or risk and reaching reaching combating resolutions from engineering designs and prosecution viewpoint considerations. Explanation is while working out structural design formations, since it's not merely design engineering formula or software dependence to reach design solutions, but a contemporary and now design engineering, let me see, while working out structural design formations, since it's not merely design engineering formula or software dependence to reach design engineers solutions. Now it is next that, let me see, it's not merely design engineering formula of software dependence to reach design solution, but a contemporary and a calculative approach must be inculcated into application of defined design procedures, whether in issues of working safety, on-site serving safety of structures would direct, and it's not concurrent merely to consider that an only economic cost wise design should be destined, but perfectly a design solution that extracts maximum design and servicing benefits from materials to be used permanently. Says then, history in hours announced about number of failures during work pertinent systems of formwork installations or RCC stable and I can say RCC slabs and brilliance. Then RCC itself, history in hours announced that about number of failures during wind work pertinent systems of formwork installations for RCC slabs and buildings collapse post constitutional construction. RCC slabs and buildings collapse post constructions are many. What inference can be drawn from such mishaps, which result in incalculable losses of all kinds, and which cannot be counted in financial terms? And 7. All designs and constructions all designs and constructions all designs and construction activities should be therefore conducted only by professional qualified to defined criteria or defined marks, so that these factors that all these factors that can advert- that can adversely impact works and futures of buildings and, and, and restructure must in every request to let them know. Now come on, I'll say further. Future of buildings and structures must in every respect and condition be handled by competent professionals only and not by those who do not attain required professional skills. Then can say you can say who do not attain required professional skills and usually by law claim that such works are their relevant competency accordingly, even if it does not, and by having inconsistent educational background for architects and are not competently qualified for carrying out professional structural work, design works, and also affecting adequate safety required for required to be implemented in all works. Okay. Now, explanation 8. Explanation 8. Let us see if it is there. Well, I don't know if it is gone. She's way there. Well, I think it's missing somewhere. We will see later on. I'll show you. Actually, say architect preferences is always given to beautification of every building in preference to safety working on work. In reference to safely working on work, site and production is safe, serving and durable building. Combination of which criteria terms structural reliability. Structural reliability which means achieved by buildings so that residents or occupants may sleep in sound doors. Okay, measure which necessary must sorry. Combination which is gone, yeah. It slips from eyes sometimes. It happens with me. Preference of safety working on work site and producing safe, serving and durable building. Combination of which criteria terms structural reliability, which necessarily means achieved by buildings so that residents or occupants may sleep in sound mind without considering any negative impact. And here has now okay, so that residents or occupants may sleep in sound mode without considering any negative impacts. It has been observed evidently that architects do not insist building owners to manage safety requirements on a regular basis. Then it has been observed evidently that architects do not insist buildings owners to manage safety requirements on a regular basis. Explanation number 9. Explanation by no architect can construct design meaning related to these regulations of structures, and therefore need not expect you to work on or deliver structural designs independently without support of electric, a civil engineer or structural engineer. Okay, no problem. So let's go to further. Structures and therefore not expected to work on deliver structures design independently without support of either civil engineer or structural engineer. Now explanation 10. Preambles also states I'll check that one. Preamble also states that structure is so fundamental to architecture. So fundamental to architecture, which the statement speaks tons of volumes and announcement values of structure for payment of designs perspective or designs and prosecution, which statement speaks tons of volumes and announces value of structure for purpose of designs and prosecution. Explanation 11. Building subject to which I am regarding this about the problems here. I have missed that somewhere. I think this explanation 3. So I'm going for this, I don't know. Yeah, I was 3. So I was going to 3010 at something. I'll find it now. I don't want to miss something. So yes, I got it, I think. So this is 3011 and let me see what's 3011. Oh, it is. Something else on the 12. Expression 311. That is 4 is some 4. What is 311? 3A education. Alright, start finding. Buildings structures are not that simple as are being evaluated as such. That is 11. 12 is buildings. 3012 is buildings framing is too complicated from structural designs and structural execution and prosecution viewpoint. In explanation 3, many designs factors are required to be contemplated, analyzed, then applied, and again analyzed, applied, and kept optimizing designs so that future economical and best performing designs is achieved. The building is a live structure which has to serve its intended purpose and to safely live structure which has its serve all intended purposes. Then now 315, this is 315. Structure is subject to persistent and transient loads. Then structure is subject to persistent and transient loading. That is action. Explanation 16 is structure is also subject to accidental loadings, and 17 is structure also requires that to be designed for corrosion protection of steel, which is an engineering technology. Let me see, it's working on it. Then structure has to be equally resistant to seismic actions, wind actions, fire actions, and all these actions and applicable theories are available in various international codes. Most recently, Euro codes were published in 58 parts of structures codes applicable to buildings and other structures mandatorily effective 2010, which are very descriptive, and even engineers consume that out of a lot of money. And then can we say, let's say further, I'm going a little slow so that we can understand what we're talking of. It's very important, All these actions and applicable theories are available in various international codes. Most recently, Euro codes were published in 58 parts of structure codes. Applicable to buildings and other structures mainly effective buildings and mainly effective mandatory effective 2010, which are very descriptive, and even engineers consume lot time to understand it. And explained to 320. Explain 320. Well, these codes are required to be applied globally, and many countries, in addition to European Union nations, have already started implementing them. I'm trying to locate also a file which was full of voice. Let me see if you can find them. I'll open it. unable to find it. It's also very important file. If I find it, I'll put this on to you so you can in parallel listen. That was general records and storage, storage, and no, that's not that. Sorry, it's not that one. That's the file. Sorry. What's that? Design transfer for the drawing to the file is general report is a switch. Again, renewable ISCD, manage stress, so the storage. You find here, project management, project development, sphere. Architect in SPIL can't be there. Can't be there with PIL, no way. R a chart of presentation. Alright, I think it's the I chart of presentation. Maybe it's there, let me see. I presentation I charted top, then so much. I don't think it's there. It's called charters. That's not there. That's not. No, it's not that. So why you going to import the whole loss? I wanted you people to listen to that. What does it mean? My mind is well. I think I'm wasting time. Surprised. That was in general. Just general reports, operation bills, laptop, this and that. Chart presentation, a talk is okay. Chart of dispatch, water, chart of conditions, not that. And I'll find that in some time. I'm unable to find it now. Sorry. Well, I'll see the terms again. Wasting time for nothing. Well, wasting time. So let's say these codes are required to be applied globally in many countries in addition to European Union nations have already started implementing them. The next one is foregoing preamble states that endowed with an extraordinary power or conceptualization and creativity, an architect can conjure up unprecedented structural systems. It's inappropriate to accept that a professional person who is aware of very elementary know-how regarding structural engineering can claim that such incumbent architect can deal with the structures independently, which structures are complicated in professional design and professional execution approach. Then buildings cannot be taken for granted as has been considered within regulations framed constituted under Architect Act 1972 in year 1989 and comprehensive architectural services document pursuant thereafter which do not serve any public interest but put public safety at risk of life and money, risk to resources. Explanation 24. How much technology an architect has been educated with regarding fire sustainability. Fire sustainable resisting structural framing is a wider question. Then 25. Structure of building requires checking gravity action loads. Check-in gravity action loads, lateral action loads, structural stiffness, moments and shear forces, deflections in all directions, sways, vibratory loads, unequal settlements, overturning of buildings, foundations, subsidence, soil, liquefaction, working out center of gravity, work of the diaphragms, shear walls, permanent settlement, as well as recoveries and many other required parameters which directly or indirectly impact on buildings' structural designs. Explanations. Building Building is not considered in designs elements wise. Building is not considered in designs element wise such as columns and beams etc. but whole structure as a unit to function safe. Reliable accordingly, while designs of columns, beams and suspended slabs are taught only for structural elementary knowledge which cannot be professionally decisively applied during practice. Explanation 27. Temperature during fire can rise up to 1500 degrees Celsius. 1500 degrees Celsius, I repeat, which no architect can respond about how to tackle structures accordingly. For at least 2 hours develop fire risk, which consideration requires contemplation and analytical concept related to varying size of structural sections of columns and beams, which would certainly lead to adoption of concept of full section as well as reduced section during either a fire or level fire as well as compartmental fire. Next is 28. Structural construction requires detailed knowledge. Structural construction requires detailed knowledge and related application of concrete technology that has developed immensely, and lack of adequate knowledge about this technology can lead to production of defective concrete on structure, poured, cast on site, and once structural concrete is produced defective, it's not so easy. It's not so easy to provide remedial actions on hardened concrete, which in turn would necessitate to dismantle defective structure and rework, costing time, resources, and add to augment environment pollution. And explanation 29. It's therefore true to consider and conclude that an architect cannot be authorized to design and execute structures independently as an engineering professional practitioner. Then 30 structures can be designed, prosecuted and supervised only by chartered civil engineers and qualified structural engineers, and that structural stability can be certified only by chartered engineers. Explanation 31. There could be hundreds of additional structural points that can be considered for explanation, yet sufficient points have been included, keeping a brief statement submission brevity. Statement submission brevity. 4. Part D. If I can see this here, I don't know. I not get it here unnecessarily. Part D is 4 down. This is part 1, 2, 3. That's not that. So refer to petition exhibit that for this purpose. So for part D. Refer to petitioner's exhibit, and it says for part 1. For part 1 architecture. Now, taking client's instructions, preparation of design brief. It says taking client's instruction and preparation of design brief, site evaluation, analysis and impact of its existing and or proposed development on its immediate environments, design and site development, structural. These are lists which I am giving you what they say, architects claim. So this is what we call encroachment on our work. Let's say architecture. Okay, taking in the architecture discipline, they are taking that, taking client's instruction, preparation of design briefs, then site evaluation, analysis and impact of existing and or proposed development on its immediate environments, design and site development, structural design, sanitary, plumbing, drainage, water, supply and sewage designs, electrical, electronics, communication system and designs, heat, ventilation and air conditioning design, HVAC that we call it, and other mechanical systems, elevators, escalators, etc. Fire detection, fire protection and security system. Then periodic inspection and evaluation of construction works. Professional encouragement issue 3 and 4 continue. Allied issues, allied fields. Landscape architecture, interior architecture, architectural conservation, retrofitting of buildings, graphic design, and then architectural conservation, let's say landscape architecture, interior architecture, architecture conservation, retrofitting and buildings, graphic design and signings. And then a quote. Party professional enforcement issue 3 and 4. Let's continue. Architect's role and responsibilities. Provision 9 is execution of assignment. This is regarding We can say documentary related was roles and responsibility, execution assignment. Architect shall appoint specialized consultant in consultation with client if necessary. Explanation on 5 para by petitioner. And now what I'm saying is explanation 1, this is 5.1. This is my 5.1. What I'm responding is no, where was something say civil structural engineer. Civil structural engineer is a specialist professional who should be appointed by client. This is first requirement. The second is it's a civil structural engineer who is responsible for structural design. That's one thing. All right, then who is responsible for structural design? Structural construction and not an architect. Structural construction and not an architect, since detailed structural engineering is a part of civil engineering. Detailed structural engineering is a part of civil engineering. Provision 9, professional engineering. Professional encroachment, issue 3.4. Architect shall be responsible for direction and integration of consultants' work. Consultants shall, however, be fully responsible for calculations, detailed designs and periodic inspections and even this is what architect says. In their rules they say, architect shall be responsible for direction and integration of consultants' work. Means for them consultant is engineer here. That's the point they have written in their rules. Consultant shall, however, be fully responsible for calculations, detailed designs and periodic inspections and evaluation of work entrusted to them. Now this is what they claim. Yes, architect shall be responsible for direction, means they have to direct for an integration of consultants' work. Now that is what they say. But now they say, in first line they say architect shall be responsible for direction and integration of consultant work. They are directing and they are integrating. Then consultant shall, however, be fully responsible. Then consultant is responsible for direction. Consultant is responsible for calculations, detailed designs and periodic inspections and evaluations of work entrusted to them. After that what they say, architect if requested shall make design calculations available. Architect request shall make design calculations available. Explanation क्या है? Now petition. What I am saying is explanation 5001. Civil. Now we are explaining civil structural engineer can be considered responsible for design only when he is considered a professional engineer and not merely a calculation clerk. This is the first explanation. Civil structural engineer can be considered responsible for designs only when he is considered a professional engineer and not merely a calculation clerk. Next is, in fact, this provision within this regulation is against professional ethics and which erodes professional work grade evaluation of engineer. On what basis? Question is, on what basis civil engineer or structural engineer can be held responsible for consequences when direction of designs requires to be given by architect and even integration into building is mandated architect's responsibility. So this is a question mark is in last time it is a I am director, architect says, and I am integrator, right? Integrator for what? What is direction? You will direct, put column here, put beam here, put this column, that column, you will direct like that. And you will integrate that. So where is engineer? What shall engineer do? On what basis civil engineer, structural engineer can be held responsible for consequences when direction of designs requires to be given by architect, and even integration into building is maintained. Architecture, both are parts of philosophy of design. You can say where should be framed, what should be framed, if this architect has to decide. So engineer is nothing but a clerk, calculation technical clerk. So here is objection by a civil engineer. If I am responsible, you are saying I am responsible, then I have to think of that, not you. So this is a contradictory provision in their regulations. So my question is, or engineer's question is, not my question, community question. On what basis civil engineer or structural engineer can be held responsible for consequences when direction of designs requires to be given by architect, and even integration into building is mandated by architect's responsibility. So next explanation is, this regulation completely erodes engineer's profession. In fact, it's Chartered Engineer India Civil who is authorized for all structural engineering designs, supervision, superintendence, issue structural stability certification, and issue completion of all structural works whatsoever on buildings or otherwise. Again I say, in fact, it's a Chartered Engineer of India Bharat Civil who is authorized for, I am saying Chartered Engineer Civil because we have such a designation. Civil includes a structural engineer according to IEI and Bharat, who is authorized for all structural engineering designs, supervision, superintendence, issue structural stability certification, and issue completion of all structures, workmanship on buildings or otherwise. Then provision 12 says, now provision encroachment for ownership of copyright. Question comes in the provision in the rules says architectural design is an intellectual property of architect. They are claiming that drawings, documents, models as instruments of services are property of architect. That's what their rules say. Whether projects for which these are made, executed or not executed, this is provision. Now see again what it says. It says drawings, documents, models and instruments of service are property of architect, whether project for which these are made, executed or not executed. Client shall keep copies of models, drawings, specifications and other documents for his information and use for project. Then they say, these shall not be used for any other project by client, by other architect or by any other person except for repetition as stipulated on scale of charges. This is very, very winding, very encompassing provision which befools engineer actually. Now the next one, explanation I am giving for that. It's also inappropriate to mandate. It's also inappropriate to mandate that all works done by civil structural engineer is a copyright to be owned by an architect. The question mark there. Objection. Statutorily objection it is. It's also inappropriate to mandate that all works done by civil structural engineer is a copyright to be owned by an architect, which cannot be allowed, since provision is illegal to an extent work of professional chartered engineer relates to, since all designs, calculations and decisions are based on intellectual property standard and research activity, and therefore amounts to intellectual status, which copyright cannot be owned by other professional, which is this case is an architect. Now next one is professional expression continues, schedule of service. Now what rules claim? These 1989 rules claim schedule of services. Concept design stage 1. Concept design stage 1. Then they say, okay, we will go. Let me read that fast. I'll miss it otherwise. Says, this is concept design stage 1. Ascertain client's requirement, examine site constraints and potential, and prepares design brief for client's approval. Ascertain client's requirement, examine site conditions, constraints and potential, and prepares design brief for client's approval. So this is architect's job, they say. Prepare report on site evaluation, state of existing buildings, if any, and analysis, and impact of existing and or proposed development on immediate environments, and prepare drawings and documents to enable client to get done detailed survey and soil investigation at site of projects. This depends upon who is architect, so that. So it says next one is this was reporting and all that. Whatever. Prepare report on site evaluation, state of existing buildings, if any, and analysis and impact of existing or proposed development on its immediate environments. Now, prepare drawings and documents to enable client to get done detailed survey and soil investigation at site of project. Means they are taking everything which is not theirs, what to do. Even soil investigation they are taking, you see, report they are making, feasibility they are making, analysis they are doing, status of buildings they are doing, everything they are taking. Prepare drawings and documents to enable clients to get done detailed survey and soil investigation at site of project, and furnish report on measures required to be taken to mitigate adverse impact, if any, of existing or proposed development on its immediate environments. So they are taking all skies vistas also. Well, prepares conceptual designs with reference to requirements given, and prepare rough estimate on cost of area basis. Here they are saying area basis means they have avoided all work, but they want fees. And then explanation. Now I'm going to explain that on behalf of engineering companies. I say state of existing structures. State of existing structures, related investigation to ensure either degradation of concrete or damage caused to its components, site, soil investigation, geotechnical details, bore logs, understanding knowledge related to soil-water relations and relevant mobility, sulfates, other contents, and understanding about underneath soil and rock stratification, rock quality designation, value of N, this number of blows, all laboratory tests, all such topics relate to civil engineering domain, and it is inappropriate to allow an architect to entrust with such condition, conducting high technological parameters responsibility. So what explanation I am giving is, well, all other structural concrete ingredients, admixtures, other contents can only be reviewed, construed for fitness and parametric application, etc. only decided by Chartered Engineer India. Now, preliminary design and drawing stage 2. They are saying preliminary design stage 2 and modify, now they are saying modify conceptual design. Now they are charging for modification. Modifying conceptual design, incorporating required changes, and prepare preliminary drawings, sketches, study models, etc. for client's approval. along with preliminary estimate of cost on area basis. Now move further quickly. Now parent G says, para G, let me close this phone so the unnecessary battery is working. Already 70% down, so I'll take it back. Yeah. Now, it says, drawing for client's statutory approval, stage 3. Okay, they want building permit, so it's for that. Prepare drawings for client's statutory approvals and ensure compliance with codes, standards and legislation as applicable, and assist client in obtaining statutory approvals thereof if required. In para H, and it is again encroachment. Now working drawings and tender documents, stage 4, means they are covering each and every A to Z and leave nothing for engineers in between. Prepare working drawings, they will work. Prepare working drawings means what working drawings they do not know, but they will prepare. Specifications and schedule of quantities sufficient to prepare estimate of cost and tender documents, including code of practice covering aspects like mode of measurements, method of payment, quality control procedures on materials and works, and other conditions of contract. Then my explanation, or I cannot say my explanation, it is community explanation I should say. Maybe community accept me, but I'm not alone. Working drawings related to structural designs cannot be entrusted to an architect since it is domain of civil engineering. Appointment of contractor, stage 5. Invite, receive and analyze tenders. Everything they can do. Invite, receive and analyze tenders. Advise client on appointment of contractors. Means you take every piece of your body, it's like that. Invite, receive and analyze tenders. Advise client on appointment of contractors. So you have done everything. And then para I, construction on stage 6. So many stages they are heading towards, and you are a tail only. Prepare and issue working drawings. Prepare and issue working drawings. Which working drawing they do not know, just write. And details for proper execution of works for construction. They forward their working drawing is required after scheme drawing. For proper execution of works for construction. Approve sample of various components and components. Samples of various elements and components. The language is different, so I don't know who drafted this language at that time in 89. Check and approve shop drawings submitted by contractors, vendors. They have reached that shop drawing now. For them, vendors responsible for shop drawing only. Well, check and approve shop drawings submitted by contractors and vendors. Visit site of work at intervals mutually agreed upon to inspect and evaluate construction works, and where necessary clarify and decision offer interpretation of drawings, specifications, attend conference and meetings to ensure that project proceeds generally in accordance with conditions of contract, and keep client informed and render advice on actions if required. I will repeat this because contents are lost. Law of that. Check and approve shop drawings submitted by contractors and vendors. Visit site at intervals mutually agreed by whom, not clear, upon to inspect and evaluate construction works, and we are necessary clarify any decisions, offer interpretation of drawings, specifications, interpretation of their own drawings in specifications, attend conference and meetings to ensure that project proceeds generally in accordance with conditions of contract, and keep client informed and render advice on actions if required. Beautiful. In 1989 or maybe a little before that, I think there was no engineer in this country to debate on this. Unfortunately, 89 is not very old time. There were lakhs of engineers in this country and nobody cared. Institutional engineers, two representatives did not care at all, unfortunately. And II, two representatives must be there in Architect Act provisions, but I think they had been sleeping. In order to ensure that work at site proceeds, in order to ensure that work at site proceeds in accordance to contract documents, drawings, and to exercise time and quality controls, day-to-day supervision would be carried out by construction manager, clerk of works, site supervisor. They say construction manager is clerk of work, construction manager. See their titling. Day-to-day supervision would be carried out by a construction manager. They don't understand which construction manager. They are carrying clerk of works or site supervisor or construction management agency in case of a large and complex project. I don't understand which world they come from. Who shall work under guidance and direction of architect and shall be appointed and paid by client. Construction manager shall supervise. What should I say? I don't know. I can't understand. Who shall work under guidance and direction of architect and shall be appointed and paid by client. Issue certificate of virtual completion of works. In my life, I don't know what is virtual completion. Believe me, somebody can teach me, I can understand. I have more than 30 years experience in construction line. I never heard this virtual completion. Maybe dream come, they may be dream. Then explanation is our submission is working drawings related to structural designs cannot be entrusted to architect since it is domain of civil engineering, and then inspection and appropriate inspections and approvals of all structural operations should only be conducted by either civil or structural engineers, since construction is equally important, so that quality work on structures are carried out on site, keeping site safety, working safety, and ensuring public safety intact. As stated earlier, this explanation again. As stated earlier, it's very easy to pour concrete carelessly. It's very easy to pour concrete carelessly, but once worked wrong or defective, it requires to be reworked, which means loss of resources and time. International Quality Management System 9001-2015, effective September 2015, requires professionally qualified experts for carrying out all engineering activities, whereas all responsibilities lie on obligations of professional leaders of respective disciplines. Where chartered engineers are professional leaders related to civil and structural engineering activities, operations and architects are considered leaders of architectural space designs, and therefore cannot be considered designated for structural engineering operations. Then, then rules say parachi in role, professional continues. So what they say then, completion stage 7. Now what Act says, prepare and submit completion reports and drawings for project as required and assist client in obtaining completion. I don't know, occupation certificate from statutory authorities wherever required. Then issue to sets of as-built including services and structures. See, first one was, okay, you are going to get occupation certificate from municipality or authority, or this means owner shall get it, you will apply. Everywhere you are there, sets of as-built including services and structures. First they will apply, then they will make sets of as-builts, and that too services and structures. So there also they capture structures. They don't understand what is structure. As-built they will make. Interestingly, now what we explain is, believe me, person who proposed all these rules, I think never attended profession. I can say only that. It's inappropriate to state that an architect can issue structural completion, since architect is not an expert on structural engineering, which requires services of a chartered civil engineer, structural engineer, to carry out structural prosecution and conduct related site inspections, including conducting on-site and off-site materials testing, such as concrete slump, compliance to specifications, concrete temperature, compliance at delivery from truck, or voids, air voids being within complying or within prescribed limits, supervisions and witnessing concrete cubes, tests in laboratory, supervision and witnessing concrete core, tests in laboratory, supervision and witnessing core, and capping compound test, conducting full range test of aggregates, conduct site workmanship monitoring all relevant items, ensuring acceptable concrete temperature during pour, ensuring avoiding formation of cold joints during pour between two consecutive batches of concrete, ensuring no honeycombing is formed, ensuring no opening of concrete formwork. Wait a minute. Concrete formwork. Sorry, the page of this stuff. Yeah. Opening of concrete formwork exists during pour, ensuring correct bar bending schedule production, and ensuring placement rightly in correct positions. All bar bending schedule based reinforcing bars, ensuring addition of ice for temperature control of mixed concrete, and ensuring percentage of other chemical admixtures to be added to concrete mix, proper use of concrete vibrators, ensuring adequate curing by water, by curing compound, as well as thermal curing if so required, conducting on site load test, pile test, and affect various other engineering considerations which cannot be conducted by architects independently. Then explanation continues. Chartered Engineer India Civil requires to ensure compliance with specified properties of soil at site in relation to moisture content, density, etc., as well as ensure proper soil compaction in layers of acceptable depth of each layer, and also design required soil site mix. When imported soil or site excavated soil fails to indicate or provide successfully desired properties from tested parameters. Continuous explanation. Chartered Engineer India requires to decide regarding ordinary fill, desert fill, granular fill, as well as engineered fill, which one to specify for foundation and below ground. Then it continues explanation. Chartered Engineer India requires to ensure that adverse results of dewatering operation, which operation is essentially required to be applied in cases of water table that exists near ground, may not impact badly other surrounding structures, which situation may lead to unequal settlement of those structures with consolidated foundation soil should necessary precaution are not observed during continuous dewatering, which remains working until foundations are completed with structure raised up to level above existing water table level. Then come on, let me say Egypt. Dewatering which remains working until foundations are completed, the structure raised up to level above existing water table. Continues. Then Chartered Engineer India requires to decide whether or not foundation excavation needs inclusion of RCC diaphragm wall, permanently or sheet piling supports, which all professional decisions to be made are complicated, and therefore it's essential to investigate theoretically and practically in engineering details, which an architect certainly lacks knowledge of such specialized skill. Then it continues. This means when an architect is not adequately qualified to control all aforesaid engineering operations requirements, it would be inappropriate to allow an architect to supervise on site all such significant and specialized structural construction. Explanation continues. And if either chartered civil engineer or structural engineer has to carry out all such activities on site, there is no justified legal basis that completion certificate completion certificate should be issued by an architect as mandated by Regulation 1988. I unquote. Now para K. This is coming on again in written points. What they say and we respond, that's all it is. So now this is section 45.2. Section 45.2. Section 45.2 is some water, because this is very boring, actually boring talk, but it's important. Section 45.2 Architect Act 1972 which is a mandate to issue regulations applies to conduct of architects' duties only. There is a specific mention in 45.2. It's only for architects' duties. Now, standards of professional conduct and ethics and codes of ethics to be observed by architects. Surprisingly, this list includes structures. This list we talked of. Surprisingly, this list includes structures, soil investigation, public health, electrical, mechanical, elevators, escalators, fire loss prevention, etc. All disciplines applicable on buildings. Indication is given below, and that is here. Take in client's instructions and preparation of design brief. Architectural concept should be within architect's role. Structural concept should be within engineer's role. Then site evaluation, analysis and impact of existing and or proposed development on its immediate environs. It should be a combination of architect and engineer's role, or engineer's role alone, because engineer is specifically qualified for environments. Then design and site development, soil investigation and soil report interpretation is not within architect's role. It is a specialization subject in civil and geotechnical engineering. Foundation design is not within architect's role. Structural design, it should be within civil engineer's role in design, supervision and superintendence, as well as certification of structural completion with issue of stability of structure should be within civil engineer's role. Then sanitary, plumbing, drainage, water supply and sewerage design, it should be within civil engineer's role. Electrical, electronics, communication system and design should be within electrical and electronics engineer's role. Heat, ventilation and air conditioning design, HVAC and other mechanical systems should be within mechanical engineer's role. Elevators, escalators, etc. should be within equipment specialization in other disciplines' role. Fire detection, fire protection and security systems, etc. loss prevention should be within a specialization in other disciplines. Periodic inspection and evaluation of construction works. Structural part should be within engineer's role. Foundations part should be within engineer's role. Soil backfill should be within engineer's role. Settlement control should be within engineer's role. Explanation. Now, para K they say, our explanation is explanation about comprehensive architectural services part 1 and part 2. What they say? It is clear from above named responsibilities that many jobs, discipline, definitions do not come under descriptions of architect's role. Few disciplines, responsibilities come under civil engineer's role. Few disciplines, responsibilities come under building services engineer's role. Means Council of Architecture has encroached upon other engineering branches responsibilities in name of architectural scope of services, which is against very spirit of Architects Act 1972 as well as IEI Charter 1935. This encroachment upon other engineers' responsibilities has kept general public distant from other engineers such as chartered civil engineers, other experts, chartered services engineers. Without chartered civil engineers being engaged on buildings, there can be given no guarantee of delivering a safe, reliable structure to public. All non-architectural responsibilities covered under these impunged disputed Architect Conduct Regulations 1989 and pursuant Architectural Comprehensive Services document thereafter should be declared void so that public could also engage and use other professionals to seek such buildings professional services in a proper manner. Explanation: this is an exclusive solution to produce quality buildings all over the globe and should be applied to our India as well. Now what parallel says? Professional encroachment, which continue now. Now, communicated to council, or we communicate actually, as if some people, including myself, we communicated to Council of Architecture, mail 1. A mail was communicated to Council of Architecture as given below. On Friday, July 15, 2016, 7:39, from my mail ID, I wrote, scope of architect per regulations constituted under Architect 1972 and the scope of engineers encroachment. So I sent a mail to them, to Council of Architecture ID, Redif, and copy to pstohrm@government.in, general at SC Safi India org, president at IE India org, general at Safi India org, and copy to Ashok Menar and Associates of Bhopal. Scope of architect per regulation constituted under Architect 1972 and scope of engineers encroachment. So I had written to them, I am a chartered engineer in India and international professional engineer in India, civil engineering. I have gone through regulations pertinent scope of architect constituted under Architect 1972, which are reproduced below for reference. And I put them all there. Means their scope of work, what they say, architects are required to provide following services, which is in their regulations, and para 1, part 1 is architecture, means all what I previously stated, saying responsibility, part 1 architecture, and all services they said, all reproduce here, copy pasted, and then encroachments, the allied fields, and all responsibilities are taken, all reproduced there for their reference, which is procedure of law, procedure of presentation. So professional encroachment issue and continue all that in that one, and before the president. Another mail, this mail too was communicated to Council of Architecture and Ministry of Human Resources and Development on July 28, 2016. From my mail ID, again CEO, Council of Architecture India at Redif Mail, and legal to Council of their legal cell also, and Ministry of HRD, as well as copy to their, you can say, HR and PSTU and General at Safi India, as well as President IEI. But I am sorry, I could never get any response from anybody. I think they consider me some dead man is writing to them, some soul is writing to them. Council of Architecture India Habitat Center, Core 6A, first floor, Lodi Road, New Delhi. And so then we can say scope, but the same thing I repeated to them again and again. There's no meaning of beating our bushes now. It was long back history, but I could not forward, I could not take legal action against them because of, what I had to explain, all that. Then we go to global reference, and after that is references which I'm going to give. That's the most important, and that is, forget this now, say, my address, my mail address to IEI is also forwarded to Council of Architecture, which I request with Council of Architecture should rectify its mistake applied through comprehensive conduct rules. May 11th, 1989, and COA has intentionally pulled and encroached on professional responsibilities of civil engineers, structural engineers, and various building services engineers into architect's role, which is incorrect, misconceived, illegal, bad intentional on part of COA. COA has misled Government of India, Parliament of India, and Republic of India, Bharat. Therefore, by this mail message, COA is asked to remove from role of architects all roles related to civil engineers, structural engineers, and other building services engineers. We, on behalf of engineering community, expect that COA shall apply remedial actions in national interest so that all engineers would have professional opportunity to serve nation building. Otherwise, engineering community shall move PIL in SC. In case COA ignores this mail message, confirmation from COA to take remedial actions is expected in a reasonable time. Thanks and all regards, all that. Now global references I'm just going to do. That is global reference, which is World Trade Organization's classification of professional services code. This is from World Trade Organization, classification of professional services. is corresponding to UNCPC, that is United Nations Central Product Classification, reference to practitioners. Exhibit number PH78. Fourth is World Trade Organization classification of professional services, architectural engineering services. And the sector includes work by engineering firms to provide blueprints and designs for buildings and other structures. By engineering firms to provide planning, design, this is what say, by engineering firms to provide planning, design, construction management services or building structures, installation of civil engineering works and industrial processes. As a result of Uruguay round and subsequent accession to WTO, World Trade Organization, by new members, 70 members have made commitment in this section. Then it is continued, and architectural, and this is architectural and engineering services, refers to our exhibits. And service sector classification list MTN GNSW 120 architectural engineering services are listed in subsectors of professional services under 4 headings, which are briefly discussed below in order they appear in list. Each of 4 subsequent correspondence to UNCPC, United Nations Central Products of Classification and Digital. As architectural services CPC 8671, then covers all types of architectural services except those classified below under urban planning and landscape architecture services, which are advisory and pre-design architectural services 86711, architectural design services 86712, contract administration services 86713, combined architectural design and contract administration service 86714, other architectural services 86719, engineering services CPC 8672. This is referred to now. This item covers all engineering activities except integrated engineering services, which are advisory and consultative engineering services 86721, engineering design services for construction of foundations and building structures 86722, engineering design services for mechanical and electrical installations for buildings 86723, engineering design services for construction of civil engineering works 86724, engineering design services for industrial process and production 86725, engineering design services NEC 86726, and other engineering services during construction and installation phase 86727, other engineering services 86729. So integrated engineering services CPC 8673, integrated engineering services. So now this item covers engineering services related to turnkey projects, which are integrated engineering services for transport infrastructure turnkey projects 86771, integrated engineering and projects management services for water supply and sanitary works turnkey projects 86732, then integrated engineering services for construction of manufacturing turnkey projects 86733, and integrated engineering services for other turnkey projects, and then urban planning and landscape architecture services CPC 8674, and then this item covers urban planning services 86741, landscape architectural services 86742. So further explanation for information benefit of Honorable Court above doesn't explicitly covers services provided by surveyors and topographical engineers. In CPC classification, such services would seem to belong to either of several of site investigation works. 511 is subsector of construction services, advisory and pre-design architectural services. 86711 is subsector of architectural services, advisory and consultative engineering services. 86721 is subsector of engineering services or surface surveying services and map making services. 86753 and 86754, including related scientific and technical consultative services. Since the function of surveyor or topographical engineers differs from country to country, one would need look at content of service provided in order to determine where to these services belong to in classifications. Services provided by construction economists, a profession most common in European countries such as Spain, Italy and UK, that is development and management of construction projects, conducting feasible studies and risk analysis, providing advice on design and construction, procurement, etc., appear to belong to architectural engineering or urban planning and landscape architectural services. As services above are most often provided by either architects or engineers, depending on country. Economic importance of sectors and its main economic features. Architectural firms provide blueprints and designs for buildings and other structures, while engineering firms provide planning, designs, construction and management services for building structures, installations, civil engineering works, and industrial pressing, etc. Consulting engineers are involved in all stages of a project, thus thus their services overlap substantially with those of other professionals. Thus, architectural and engineering services are strongly interrelated with physical construction activity or other business services. Due to this specific nature, measurement of economic importance of architectural and engineering services output is not straightforward to an extent that in official statistics. It's most often absorbed in the broader categories of services output such as business services or construction activity. Statistics on number of professionals or employment are available for many countries but are missing or are unreliable for countries in which there are no system of compulsory registration or accreditation. In US, engineering is one of largest and most diverse of profession, while architecture is comparatively much smaller. Then in Europe, situation appears to be different, where there may be more architects while engineering professions may relatively be smaller, much smaller. With advanced communication systems, blueprints and designs can be transmitted electronically and consulting can be performed online. Such a development would lead to raise importance of cross-border supply in those services. It's also observed that cross-border trade in architectural and engineering services tend to rise along with complexity and specialization of service involved. High-skilled services that go with construction of complex installations and specialized plants, often in connection with direct foreign investment, typically enters into contracts without similar local expertise. It will probably remain true, however, that bulk of supply of architectural and engineering services will still take place through commercial presence of natural persons. Architects and engineers occupy a position upstream of building and construction process. Therefore, demand for architectural and engineering services is closely related to that of construction and overall industrial investment, both of which are linked to economic cycle. Regulatory structure and relevant trade restrictions. Now, architectural and engineering services belong to group of accredited professional services as opposed to non-accredited business services such as marketing, advertising and consultancy, which are non-accredited. Same market access and national treatment limitations often apply to accredited professional services across board. However, compared to some other accredited professional services such as accounting and legal services, architectural and engineering services appear to be subject to fewer restrictive regulations. Mutual recognition between country of education or professional experience or licenses or certifications granted in a particular country has become more and more popular in recent years, especially in architecture and engineers services. Regulations applied in professional services have as their primary objective need ensure and maintain a certain quality of service and hence to protect consumers, which consideration generally apply to architectural and engineering services as well. In those countries which regulate architectural and engineering professions, compulsory membership of a professional association is quite commonly required. In a small number of countries applying self-regulation by profession, membership of professional association are obligatory. Unquote. Explanation and petition. Okay. Foregoing classifications related to professional services affected on buildings are clearly described by United Nations Central Product Classification, WTO World Trade Organization, which leave no room for any doubt that engineers are given equal importance on buildings, designs and construction. Detailed explanation related to various considerations and various countries have been elaborately included for international information and advice. Explanations relate to role of architects and civil engineers in form of architectural services and engineering services on buildings and structures. All right, now another one is now para S and is international references. You want me to build over time? Yeah, 5 minutes I think. Well, reference to petitioners exhibit. Well, quote from IPEA portal, a part of International Engineering Alliance, constituting 3 number professional engineers agreements. IPEA's International Professional Engineers Agreement, formerly EIMF, Engineers Mobility Forum, and members have full rights of participation in agreement. Each operates a national section of International Professional Engineers. INTP registrants on these national sections may receive credit when seeking registration or licensure in jurisdiction of other member. Australia, Canada, China, Taipei, Hong Kong, China, India, Ireland, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, New Zealand, Singapore, South Africa, Sri Lanka, United Kingdom and United States are currently permanent members, signatories. India is represented by the Institution of Engineers India effective 2009, and then is reference to National Code of India NBC Part 2 Administration Section Annex A, and which says that same contents reproduced to form Appendix E Model Building Bylaws. This is published by Town and Country Planning Organization, Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India. Refer to petition on the guide for qualification and competition professionals to be adopted and implemented by all states, urban development bodies, authorities, local bodies and other through India. So this is BIS NBC guidelines and this is issues. This is all essential requirements. This is every building A1A, every building development works for which permission is sought under code shall be planned, designed and supervised by registered professionals. Registered professionals for carrying out various activities shall be architect, engineer, structural engineer, supervisor, town planner, landscape architect, urban designer and utility service engineer. Requirements of registrations for various professionals by authority or by body governing such professions and constitution under statute as applicable to practice within local body jurisdiction are given in A21 to A25. Requirements for registration and competence of professionals, which is the BIS and NBC guidelines and this is regarding architect, refer to petitioners and analysis. Minimum qualification for an architect shall be qualification as provided for Architects Act 1972 for registration with Council of Architecture, and competence is registered architect shall be competent to carry out works related to buildings development or given below. And there are some details. Means all plans and information connected with building permit except engineering services of multi-story special buildings given in whatever building plans for multi-story buildings, specialty buildings for all multi-story buildings which are 15 meters or more of the height, etc. They are given in that our code like educational assembly institutions, etc. What I am talking of is issuing study for supervision of the completion of all buildings pertaining to architectural aspects. issuing certificates of supervision and completion of all buildings pertaining to architectural aspects, and preparation of subdivision layout plans and related information connected with development permit of area to 1 hectare for multi-stories and like that. I'm not going to all this about engineer and issuing certificate of supervision for development of land area, etc. Engineer refer to now this qualification for engineer shall be graduate in civil architectural engineering of recognized Indian or foreign university, or member of civil engineering division, architectural engineering division of Institution of Engineers India, or statutory body governing such profession as an established. Then competencies are registered engineer shall be competent to carry out work related to building development permit as given below. All plans and information connected with building permit, structural details and calculations of buildings and plot up to 500 square meter and up to 5 stories or 16 meter in height, issuing certificate of supervision and completion of all buildings, preparation of all services, plans and related information connected with development permit, issuing certificate of supervision for development of land for all areas, and structural engineer referred to this. Minimum qualification of a structural engineer shall be graduate of civil engineering of recognized Indian or foreign university, corporate member of civil engineering division of Institution of Engineers India, and minimum 3 years experience in structural engineering practice with designing and field work. 3 years experience shall be relaxed to 2 years in case of postgraduate degree of recognized Indian or foreign university in branch of structural engineering. In case of doctorate in structural engineering, experience required will be 1 year. Competence registered structural engineer shall be competent to prepare structural designs, calculations and details for all buildings and supervisions. In case of buildings having special features as decided by authority which are within horizontal areas and vertical limits specified in A221, A221 etc. shall be designed only by structural engineers, and unquote. So NB 2005 has rightly included competencies related to civil engineers, structural engineers, etc. This explanation only structures are designed and executed by civil engineers all over the globe. Which profession should be granted its rightful role in building now. Therefore, in India also, all structures of all types should be entrusted for design and construction of chartered civil engineers only. All building projects all over India should be carried out only by chartered engineers, India Civil, and engineers qualification defining graduate engineer, civil or architectural engineering or corporate member of Institution of Engineers India is a misleading, since corporate members of Institution of Engineers India is by royal charter entitled Chartered Engineer India, and therefore professionally located much above graduate engineer qualification. And architects should confine to building architecture role, space, designs and coverings, envelope only, since degree in architecture does not equip person with competency on structural designs and structural prosecution activities discipline, and therefore refer to then this one CA 28 this December 20. Objections about PI is now I think it's now enough time I've taken. This is page, how many pages are left? Let me see how many pages are left now. It's 83 of 164. It's better to take tomorrow this. I cannot fill it today. I'll take tomorrow rest of this. My purpose was only to advise. This is why, of course, this was done long back, but I wanted to file this draft, but I could not do it due to whatever reason you can say. I'm not interested to take all that. If people are interested, if people are now at this moment, I don't think anything, but in future I'm talking of that. If engineers are interested that you should get certain contesting management against COA, because COA is not that easy what you think. I know very well. Those CO people will never agree on anything, and our institution is not going to do anything. It's out for sure. I have written many times to our presidents that I think put in dustbin. They never ever respond that we got this from you. So I don't believe them at all as far as empowerment of engineers is concerned. Engineer fraternity or engineers membership itself has to be, because institution means membership and not council. So council is our manager, our governor, but We are members. We have to find solutions for our problems. And if you people, I don't know, it depends. There's no politics in this. They may talk a lot. Everybody has a right to speak. But fact cannot be denied. If you cannot fight, it's up to you. You will never be treated engineer in this country if you cannot fight. They are only engineers in government, that's it, nothing else. So with this, I will say I'll talk tomorrow later on. Thank you very much everybody who took time today. It's very slow, I talk very slow because this is different type of document. I have to finish this and then I start FIDIC also after this, in which I am interested with you know, because FIDIC is very important from practical point of view. This is only professional. I am sure this will never happen. People will never go to court. We don't have that dynamic engineers in this country. We are all a sleeping society. Please don't mind it. We are in fact a sleeping society. We don't take any care. We just have keep means why to go. They are in the architects and this law is law. That's it. That's my answer. Constitution is constitution. Nobody can challenge it. You challenge the proof it. That's all. Thank you very much.